Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 64. So today, game plan, we are spending a lot of time in Hope Forest. Our main focus is on gathering, however, we might do a little bit of woodcutting or at least knowledging into it. And can just pretty much wide farm everything, might even do a little bit of carpentry, who knows. So of course, yesterday, we ended up unlocking the new smithing AFK activity where we can finally go use all the stuff from the 215 mining AFK that we've been gathering up. I think we still have like at least 60 hours worth of this stuff left. So it'll keep us going for a little bit. Of course, initially this will be pure profit. We're making about 20 silver per each. However, down the line, we will be losing about 20 silver each when we have to go buy them out from the shop. So instead of plus 20, we'll be pretty much negative 20. Plus whatever boost potions we end up having. I think I had like 6 or 7 of them drank right here. Also, Red Bean is still going. Gosh, does he ever sleep? I think it was here when I got my guy to start AFKing. And I'm back now, and he's still going. He's been in this exact same room doing Carbonice over and over and over again. And I assume it's this tier of Carbonice. I don't know, I didn't bother mining mine. I don't know, maybe I should do it. I know it's pretty good smithing XP, but I did the math on the mining XP and technically money per hour. And is about 10% worse. But the smithing XP is a little bit better, so might pivot to it a little bit, we'll see. If anything else, we'll at least do it to a couple thousand, but he's been doing like nothing but it recently. Trying to get past the Carbonice, but we can easily just get through it through knowledge, and you know what we're doing right now, the AFK thingy will eventually get us there, but anyways, eventually he'll sleep. Let me go and put all this over here. And are our dailies ready yet? No, we still got a little ways to go until then. Oh, I just realized I'm one knowledge short of actually be able to do the gathering thing I want to go do. Also, hello, Mark. Hello, Smurfy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's been having a wonderful week so far and a wonderful start to your 2025. Let me go sell all this junk. How much money do we have left after buying everything yesterday? We still got 4 gold. That's still good. That's enough to go dump into anything we might need to end up doing. But yeah, a lot of Chapter 2 today. We're pretty much going to be living there the entirety of today. Still got to leave there occasionally for a couple things, with the first one being we need to get more cooking contracts. See if we can get a few good ones going. There we go, 140 silver for tonight, not too bad. Alright, let's go, and where am I going? I am going over to the Hopeport. Because we need to go grab our Chapter 2 potions, as well as see if there's any good cooking contracts. Gosh, cannot speak this morning. Cooking contracts over there, and go from there. Alright, so, but yeah, main game plan for today, since I don't think I mentioned it directly, we're trying to get past the Sickle wall in order to get to the next tier of bone, which is at 148. Also, where's Tanglefruit again? Is this the one I think it is? It is, okay. So yeah, we are going to do drop Tanglefruit, then we're going to do 1 inventory of Bank Sage and to drop all Sage, and then go from there. As far as that, we only have a level 10 sickle, so unfortunately it's not like fully upgraded, but we are gonna have to do some amount of it and just drop it on the ground, even though they're kind of valuable, unfortunately. All right, what I come here for? I came here for all of these. We're gonna be needing a lot of those today. We will be needing a ton, as pretty much everything we touch will be utilizing them to some degree. So there is one issue with my current plan, and that is I don't actually have 138 foraging right now. I don't know. I guess I could do another inventory of dock leaf. I recall them being kind of slow spawn. And the benefit of the other one is they're kind of close to something, so it doesn't actually matter that they're so slow. The only one really worth taking here, I think, is Enchantress. Oh, it actually gets reset in about another minute. You know what, let's do a little bit of cooking then real quick. If it's going to be reset, might as well if we're already here. Hey, Chino's over here going for his 200 cooking if he hasn't already gotten it. Nice, nice. Alright, let's go do one thing of stew, I guess. Let's go get all of our stews, go sell them real quick. We got to wait out the timer anyway, so... I don't normally get too paranoid about doing the cooking contracts, but you know, if it's okay value at a given time, might as well. Worst comes to worst, we get a cooking level hopefully out of this with all the stews that we're about to go do. And go from there. But let's go get these all prepped up, get them all cooked, and yeah, then the contract should be ready in about another minute then. And I've slowly been building these up just in case we ever want to, you know, get a little bit higher. This makes it so whenever we do commit to the 200 cooking grind, we're already like halfway there pretty much, so makes it a lot easier, especially once we get to 94, because then we can actually camp it properly again. Then we actually have something that, actually no, this uses the weaker potato. It's not the good potato one though. We're kind of in a pretty dead zone right now, but the 94 sandwich kind of gets us out of it. And then by the 120 stew, we're pretty much good to go. As all of our tasks around there are pretty good. The cotton chips over there, we have the better thing for. The mash, we could just ignore. The eels, I might have the fishing level 4 by then. The omelet is free. Like, this area right here is so good. Aside from the mash, that's like the only dead task there since I'm not doing the forager first. Plus, I think that requires like almost post 200 forge or what how high it is. I know it's something absurdly high, but yeah, that's actually going to be a pretty good zone. Oh, actually, I guess I can't really do the oyster, but you know, we just buy from the shop thing. It's not that big a deal to do that for a couple of them. But anyways, let's go write out this contract, go cook these things, and then let's go to the forest. Like I always say, we're going to be in the forest the whole time, and the first thing we're doing is, first two things we've been doing are both unforest related. Since our AFK wasn't in the forest, and now this, of course, is not in the forest, but just because we're already grabbing a potion, we're already over here. Might as well. Alright, I go and do this. And our contract should be ready by the time we go sell to him. Then we go check the board and go telly away. And start doing things in the forest. I guess I go for Dockleaf right now. Because I don't have the one knowledge point we need. Unless I just want to go farm something else that's not in Chapter 2 in order to go get the EXP real quick. I don't know. What's really good for woodcutting right now? What's our woodcutting range? Our woodcutting is U, so I can't really do that properly. Other than that, it would be Suave. But I already have more Suave logs than I could ever know what to possibly do with. So not really that worthwhile there. If anything, I almost want to be putting knowledge as I'm doing gather on the woodcutting just so we can get to that next threshold because we really need it. We're obviously not going to do combat there. I guess we could do carpentry. That's almost somewhat not a joke. I might just do some carpentry to go get our knowledge point real quick just so I can go into proper gatherer. I think that's going to be what we're going to do. It's not going to be a whole thing of carpentry, but I think we do some of our Suaves that we've been gathering. And yeah, go get some carpentry XP, I guess. Might as well. I'm not sure if it'll be enough for a level, but I want enough for a knowledge point. If nothing else, at least what we're doing right now is giving us some more towards that. Because all we needed to go do is just put like one thing into it and we should be good to go. Might have to touch like a leaf or two, but beyond that, we should be fine. Okay, we're almost there. Come on, cooking level. You got this. You got this. We're not going to be turning all these in, though. We don't have anywhere near enough to be able to go turn them in, but I do want a few more free tasks since we're in such a dead area where we could barely take any of them. Let's see what we get here. Come on. Cooking level. Cooking level. Come on. Come on. 91. Stop teasing us. Come on. There you go. I don't think this does anything for us, though. We don't get an upgrade till 94, though it is a big upgrade. Not only do we get more per every single contract that we end up doing, but also, because every single time you get a new item, your contracts become more valuable. But it's also one that you could technically spam that would be better than stew if we wanted to do so. But let me go sell all this junk, then we'll go check the board, and then we are out of here. It's probably all the cooking we're doing this entire stream. Let's see what we have here. Anything here not horrific. You're fine. You're a century, so you're pretty much auto-take, and luckily you're only 3 as well. Pipe Alley's questionable, because I already need to go to buy some now. We'll take it, but we're probably getting rid of it. But I'll keep it as a placeholder in case we feel like doing a run, and we don't have anything better by then. And then one more message board, and yeah, we could probably do a run. Hopefully another century or something else that's small. Anyways, we're out of here. Let's go to do some carpentry! Finally, we're actually doing some carpentry now. This isn't the 12-hour carpentry stream yet, though. But, yeah, we'll do some. I'll do it until we get a knowledge point. So we just need 40% knowledge, which I think is like 2 sets of them or something. Forget how much you get per inventory. But, let's go head over there. Oh, gosh, I hate this corner so much. This corner is like the most dreaded corner ever. As far as getting hit by aggro. It's very annoying to aggro skip diagonally like that, with how that corner is. Because it forces you almost always into a tile where they could diagonal hit you, which is not ideal. Alright, let's go do some carpentry for once. We have a billion Suaves. If nothing else, this is going to be a good log check. You know how long it's been since I've checked how many logs I have in this bank? It has been a good while since I've actually ever bothered checking this bank. Oh yeah, I just realized I don't have any poll going on this stream. Oh no, I couldn't think of one this morning at the moment. There's like so many things I still want to do for it, but I don't know. There's nothing that come to mind at the moment. I'm kind of waiting for one of those updates to kind of, hey, Pathetic is here. I think he's rank 1 for this area, pretty high. Basically lives in the forest. Alright, so let's see the damage right now. We have, Rugged. Is Rugged tier 1 or tier 2? Rugged is tier 2. Coarse is tier 1. So I still have some coarse of those, which I actually should do because I need that for the material. Interesting. So that means all these are rugged. These are all tier 2 logs, except for the juniper over there. The main one we care about right now are these. So we'll do these. Alright. I'm not going to bother potting up, I don't think. Even though it probably will way down the line, but I don't know. Is 5% on these worth it? It might be, actually. I was using it a bunch earlier. I'm just not sure if I want to pot, like, every single inventory, though. Oh, Sep's over here, too. I think he's going for rank 1 carpentry. So it makes sense that he is over here. As if we go check, I believe, not counting hidden people, he is rank 1. And even if you count hidden people, I'm pretty sure he is still rank 1. He's going to be the first person to ever get 500 carpentry. He's been on that grind for pretty much forever. He was doing woodcutting while doing carpentry and just went all in on the carpentry. And yeah, he's almost there. Obviously, he's here right now as we speak. So he will end up getting it, looks like. The rank 1 carpenter. Unless there's someone sniping him from above, but I highly, highly doubt anyone is bothering. I haven't seen anyone else really grinding it the way he is, so he's probably going to get it. Even the other people that, like, live in the forest are nowhere near him. Like, I think the next closest was, like, what, 100 off almost? Actually, a little bit closer, like 70 off. But still pretty big gap because he's just been so focused on it since the beginning. Actually, if I go check on him, I think that's, like, all he has. Yeah, that's literally all he has. Look, basically 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, literally 0. Pretty much 0. I guess I did a little bit of leather worker for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe you need some money for a tool upgrade or something. Though that makes almost no money at that level range. So I'm not sure why he got 49 leather worker. That's kind of strange. Out of all those levels there, that one doesn't quite make sense. But yeah, he went all in woodcutting carpentry. He's actually he's closer to 500 woodcutter than he is carpenter. But obviously he's been doing the woodcutting to feed his carpentry to 500. But oddly enough, yeah, his carpentry level is actually lower right now. But still absurdly high. Where is he for woodcutting? Yeah, even for woodcutting, I'm not sure there's a few hidden people there. I think there might be. But, yeah, even based on visible, he's 6. But, like, obviously, he's going more so for the all-in carpentry grind. I think he's actually the only person that really did it to that degree. Like, went fully into an even amount of woodcutting and carpentry simultaneously. Because a lot of the higher initial woodcutters were obviously, like, carpentry only. Alright, so, one thing that I'm going to be doing that is a little bit slow when we're trying to go get this knowledge from these things is I will be going and banking them. It is way better to sell them compared to banking. When it comes to a leather worker, it's pretty even to go sell or bank. So you kind of have the choice of you could do either. However, you are highly advised with how this is set up to sell all of your stuff. However, this is the main material I need for my weapons. So every single suave we ever make here forth, I actually intend to bank for the most part. Unless we find we have like an exceeding excess, which we will eventually have actually. Because we're going to, with a log ratio we're doing to 2 logs to 8 bones, we're actually going to have more logs than we're ever going to need as far as the material from it. Hello MK Jets, welcome. Hope all's been well. So we will eventually have more than we ever need. However, at least initially for a lot of these, we will be banking every single one as yeah, it's all crafting material for later. A lot of the other categories we don't care as much about. There's actually there's basically only 2 material we care about for the most part, other than just getting a few hundred just to have it for like first time bonus or if we need it in a pinch. But there's really only 2 things we really care about production wise. It is well, I guess eventually once we get to tier 4 plus we might want to keep all of them. But below tier 4 plus there's really only 2 we care about. It is ash and suave. Actually, I don't even think I have a single ash in here. But ashes are for making the shields, and suaves are for making the main weapon. So they are pretty much the only 2 we ever really care about to any degree whatsoever. You know what, we're going to start pre-drinking, might as well. I was in the past. We'll go back to doing it. Gotta get every little bit of carpentry boost we can get. But we're only doing this until we get 138 Gatherer. Now we'll actually go to Gatherer then. I want to get a little bit of carpentry in there because we'll need these for our... Well, I guess I don't really need it for bone right. I mostly need it for my weapon upgrades. It's like the biggest thing of what we're kind of doing at this low level range. Because we still don't know how combat's going to be reworked, and I will need 4-star weapons for zone 1 and 2. Assuming you can't just spec all your combat from a different region into another region. Oh no, we'll have to wait and see. Because there's still a lot with it we do not know. Also, he hasn't updated in a little while. I think the first update, or last update was like, well, on the 3rd? Because he did on the 2nd, and then the 3rd was the little mini update. So, yeah, we're almost a week now. Hopefully they got something cooking up. Obviously, they're working on a lot of bigger stuff, so patches won't be as consistent as far as frequency. So, curious to see what the next big thing is, because honestly, anything they add at this point is going to be huge. Like, even if it was just something like wieldable potion, you know how big of a game changer that is? And of course, if they just randomly add special attacks before they do the combat rework, because that's something we don't know either. Are special attacks actually going to come out before or after the combat rework? Because while they do have relation to each other, they are technically 2 separate things. The overhauling of how we know combat today, as well as the great merging, but also, you know, the special attack kind of thing. Because they are kind of like 2 different categories of things for the most part. But as far as carpentry, I do plan to slowly get it up over time. Obviously, we do eventually need 200. I always harp on it as like the worst skill in the game, but honestly, it's not that bad. It's really chill. Like right now, we could just talk about anything. Like that's one nice thing about this compared to like Merchant and some other things is, you know, we could do like whatever right now. It is just so laid back as far as how much downtime you have, especially if they ever make queuable action work on this. Currently, it does not, unfortunately. Yeah, so let's bring back flashbacks from the The early days of the Suave grind, though. When we did Suave all the way. We did level 14 Suave because we saw that was like the most cost efficient. So I did level 12 Suave poles all the way to 32. Technically about 27 because then I started like knowledge spamming it. But we did it almost entirely from 12 to like 28 or so. 27, 28. And then the rest was just knowledge for when we got the 32 for the Spider Nest quest. It was not ideal. But we got it done. Alright, we'll have to do one more inventory then. And you know what? For old time's sake, we're even going to do the lower tier one. Because I need those for this tier 1s. Whenever we want like a really easy rarity one, we're going to need it for those really easy to get 19s. So, it's almost more valuable than the material we're making now. It's less XP, but it's more overall value. Also, hello, Krydrak. Welcome, welcome. You thought I had playback speed turned up, but then realized it was live and Tasha is just being hyper. I don't know. Are we talking that quick? I know people have mentioned that quite a few times in the past, that we talk, oh wait, I didn't want to check the bank. Oh, well, I'm here. Actually, I do want to check the bank. This is our full stock of all of our supplies right now. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, that's why I wanted to do the Suaves over there. Wow, we don't have so much U-poles. Interesting. This is tier 1 U-pole, right? I don't see why it would be any other tier. Yeah, it is. Okay. Interesting, interesting. We'll need to buy more later for them, too. Actually, let me go double check. Well, I don't know. They're not that bad of a XP rate right now. Well, they kind of are, but also aren't. Let me go see. How much is it for a Suave pole? I still kind of want to do what I have in my bank, though. Even though they're only tier 1. But let me go double check something real quick. How much is a Suave pole? Yeah, they're only 1 silver each. They're going to go up in price, though, obviously, over time. But, yeah, if you just want to outright buy the product, they are only 1 each. Oh, no, I'm still going to go use some of the smaller ones. It's not like we have that many left in the smaller category anyways. We got, like, what, 119? Alright, let me go do, actually, let me go put all those back. Let me just get 10 of them. And we'll go bank these. This should be all the knowledge we need, and we'll be good to go. For old time's sake, we'll do some of the level 14 Suaves, or level 12 Suaves. I always think they're 14 because they have a 14 next to them because of the woodcutting level. But they're actually 12 because of the carpentry level. Yeah, we'll do a couple of these. Honestly, it's not that much worse. Like, it's worse, but, you know, it's only a 1-tier difference. It's not that bad. But, yeah, I will be banking all of these as well. This is kind of the whole point of why we're even doing these. Otherwise, I would just be pretty much dropping them on the ground or something. But we do actually need these for the bank thing. And then we'll be good to go. As these are the ones we need to make a level 19. This is one of the things that's actually really, really good about them. Oh, it doesn't show it here, but this is on the next one. Is we can make level 19s. And the reason why level 19 is relevant, level 0 to 19, is they have a higher rarity rate. There's 3 rarity curves currently for crafting. 0 to 19, 20 to 199, which is why we always mention the 199, and then 200 plus. So this is in the absurdly good rarity curve. It's actually one of the reasons why tier 1 material is probably going to cost more than tier 3 material when trading comes out. Because, and if it doesn't, I am going to be buying it up like crazy. With whatever spare money we have. Because tier 1 material is really, really important if you just want a quick, easy to obtain craft. That should be the last XP we need to go and get what we need. Hopefully it is. That'd be awkward if I just stand there and be like, oh no, I can't do the activity. Though I guess I could always downgrade it. Or not even downgrade it. It would already be downgraded. So we'll go carpent these. And then go bank them, and then go, and yeah, let's go to the main event. Let's go do some gathering, as this is mostly a gathering stream, by the way. I know we have done 0 gathering so far, like half an hour in almost. But I assure you, this is a gathering stream. Just with a very, very long intro, apparently. Yeah, that's pretty much our only game plan for today. Obviously do a little bit more on Hope Forest and maybe Wide Farm. Maybe we come back to Carpentry later. But the only thing I want to get done is 148 Gatherer. Everything else is just extra. We'll definitely do some amount of little extra stuff, but that is our main and pretty much only goal for today. Is the Gatherer grind. Some sub-goals that would be nice is getting 71 wood cutting so we could finally get to our next tier and actually start getting those tier 2 ash planks or tier 3, whatever they are. Actually, wait. They should be tier 3, right? Why do I have like 0 tier 2s then? I guess they're all banked already. But yeah, that would actually be tier 3. Oh, we'll finally be at tier 3 logs then. Yay. Unfortunately, tier 3 is a pretty dead zone though. I would still need the ash and the swabs, but beyond that, everything else we barely care about at all. So I'm probably going to be knowledging woodcutting a lot in the near future. As tier 3 is pretty much the deadest dead zone, as it's worse than tier 1. And not good enough to be better than tier 4. But yeah, we already have all tier 2s then. So nice. Wait, why do we have none of the pine logs? I guess just haven't done them yet. But yeah, we should be able to have every single possible tier 2. Because this is rugged, right? I mean coarse. Coarse is the lowest one, yeah. So all these should be coarse. This other one should be coarse as well. No, this one's rugged, really? Okay. Well, I don't have any coarse of the other one then. Okay, I need to buy some stuff from the shop later. So we can actually have some stock of everything. Actually, let me even go do that now, just so I don't forget about it. I don't need to do it for the other one, but I do need to go do it for... Yeah, I guess we'll do one inventory tier 1 for both. Let me go get some pine poles and polar. Pine and polar. Let me just get those real quick. That shouldn't despawn in that time. And then we'll go head to our actual gathering spot. I'm not going to mass do them right now, but this is one thing I actually kind of do want to do a little bit before the price hike. Because I feel like it'll be one of those things that we're going to forget about, that we're going to desperately need a ton of. Which ones are the good ones? It was both the 2P ones. So we need all of these. Boom, boom, boom. And then we'll get the other one as well. And then instantly, with no carpentry skills required, boom! He's buying straight up from the shop. That's the only problem with having sold them earlier, is sometimes you still need to buy some later down the line. So honestly, I should be banking them more often. Otherwise, we just have to do the walk later. The walk of shame of just mass buying carpentry supplies. Because you sold them all to the shop earlier when you could have just banked them. But a lot of the stuff in the tier 2 to 3 category I do plan to sell out. With the only exception being Suavies and Ash. As those are the two exceedingly relevant ones. At least when it comes to bone right anyways. Alright, then we'll just go get one inventory of polar and we're out of here. Alright, let's go actually do some gathering now after all that. It's finally gathering time. I assure you. Watch it is going to be slightly short on XP as well. It's going to be just ever so slightly short. We should, other than the one, but I'll go process that later. Other than the one, we should have every tier 1 and tier 2 in here. Perfect. And that one I didn't do because we could just do what we have. I have a billion polar logs in the bank. I just haven't processed them yet. Oh wait, what about the U's? Oh, I just haven't done the tier 2 U. That's fine. I have them banked. I don't have a lot banked, but I do have them banked. Alright, let me go tell her. I forget where this even is. I am so bad when it comes to Hope Forest, where like anything is. But I believe it's like right over here. Yeah, right there. Alright, let's go head over there. I don't know, like, generally where stuff is in this area. But sometimes I just completely forget because I'm so, like, unaware of this area. This is definitely the area I've spent the least amount of time in by quite a large margin. Alright, so this is still going to be one tier lower. But, so good evening, B! Welcome, welcome. Let's go see what we can do here. Oh, wait, these are orchids. Wait, did I go to the wrong spot? No, here we go, tangle fruit. Here's the 1 of 2 tangle fruit. However, that's not quite what I want. What I want are the next tier up. Nice, it is enough. And right before our eyes, boom! The upgrade. Even more useless tangle fruit. Now they're blue, but they give more XP. Hope everybody's been having a great session. Yeah, we just started not too long ago. We actually pretty much just started what our main goal is, which is train gathering. I've somehow sidetracked for like 20 minutes straight doing not gatherer. But we are finally here to do gatherer now. I forgot, we could use cubable action. There is one manual walk we do have to do. But we could easily queue the rest of these. The only manual walk is that bush right over there that we just took from. The one over to the, what is that, north side right over there. That one does require one manual walk, otherwise you lose 2 tiles. But aside from that, we can actually queue up every single one of these without losing anything. It's just that one that does need to be queued. I mean, not queued, I mean. Oh, so hello, Chad! Welcome, welcome! Hope your week and New Year's been going wonderfully. But that's pretty much our game plan for today. Tons of gatherer. Oh yeah, I forgot, they all spawn at the same time now, and that's nice. Keep forgetting about that. I was waiting for them to take a while to spawn, but then I forgot. Oh yeah, they all do it simultaneously, don't they? You don't like Gatherer? Yeah, Gatherer is a lot more annoying than Forager. The biggest issue with Gatherer is you can't really, like, quote-unquote route Gatherer, if that makes sense. Not like the way you can Forager. It's one of the things that make Forager a lot more fun, and we'll see what happens with Delver in Chapter 5, is, like, you actually get to route stuff in Forager, and kind of figure out, like, what kind of pathing you want to do, what you want to prioritize, so on and so forth. You can't really do that with Gatherer. The way they're separated, the most you can route is determining if you want, like, a free tree or two in your run or not. But beyond that, you can't really route anything into Forager. Not the same way, I mean, into Gatherer. Not the same way you can with Forager. Like, the best I could do is, like, take out this hickory tree while we're waiting. Like, this is the most value you could possibly get. And then drop. And then wait here. And then take it. Like, that's the most value we can get. Is route, like, 1 extra tree or 2 into our run. But that's it. That's the only value you get with Gatherer. is maybe you get a free tree or two in your route. And that's like the furthest it goes. Whereas Forager, you can do like a zigzag, infinity sign, triangle. Do like any shape you want into like a bunch of different objects. Something you can't really do with Gatherer, unfortunately. Gatherer has so much more flexibility. I mean, a Forager has so much flexibility. I keep saying the wrong way around. But Forager is the good one, Gatherer is the bad one. But Gatherer is more useful in a Cryo Knight and Guardian. The only people who can really ignore Gatherer is, for the most part, Hammer Mages. If you're a Hammer Mage, you can kind of ignore Gatherer. Because you need Forager substantially more. But Cryo Knights and especially Guardians can't really ignore it. Cryo Knights somewhat can, but it's used for your best attack potion, so it's kind of useful. At 500 Worm Grabber, you get hooks that let you ride Shihula. Nice one, Stefanos. Hello, Mad Hatter, by the way. And Stefan, welcome, welcome. You're doing Miner today to see if you can go to 110? Nice. Yeah, honestly, I really enjoyed the mining grind. It's one of the reasons I even went Cryo Knight, is I knew for sure I wanted to go, like, mining smithing. And even right now, it's basically our high skills. Or tied highest. They're both at 234. But every single time we take that big venture now, it goes up by quite a huge spike. It's really nice. Like, we get like 400k XP every single time that happens. Which right now is like, what, a fifth of our bar? It's like a fifth or a sixth of our bar in just one single venture. Like, at this current level range, I think like every 3 days we gain a free mining level for doing like nothing. Other than our dailies that we're already going to do anyways. It's pretty nice. It's like a free mining level every 3 days currently. At our level range that we're at right now. Just because we just pretty recently unlocked it. So it's still really, really good value. And that's one thing I really like about the passives and dailies in this game. It's something I really noticed with the alt accounts as well. Which are really close. They almost have 59 Minefighter for the 4-star quest. I'm currently getting them all the requirements for Lost and Found. I'm starting them with the combat, then I'm doing smithing, which they're already half done with. And then I'm doing the Stonemason Bonewright. And then after that, I'm just having them camp all the way to 500 in their respective skill. They should have it by early February. And they should have a 500 by around September or so. Oops, I actually took it in the wrong order. There we go. Oh, no, he still took it in the wrong order. No! Whoops. Oh, well. He'll get there eventually. He's going to be a slightly slower getting to the next room. Wait, how long do we have to do these fruits for? Not like too long. But it always does feel bad having to drop like 100% of your loot. But, yeah, we're stuck here till 143, it looks like. Any of our upcoming level up I will put into Gatherer, though, just to speed it along. So we can get to our next category a little bit quicker. I think we're going to need like 4 knowledge points. And between that and the level we gain along the right way should hopefully be enough. You just finished putting 120 knowledge points into AFKs. Sad to see you stop doing that. Well, I've been doing that still. I haven't finished doing it, but I'm still doing it. It's just when we have something we need to actively train, I've been stopping. Like for right now, I need to actively be training Gatherer and Woodcutter. So I need to be dumping all my knowledge into EXP. But I'm still planning on unlocking every AFK. We just had to take a little bit of a tangent because some of the things we were doing was a little bit more active. But when we go to doing Leatherworker later, we're probably dumping all of it into knowledge, like, you know, the AFK, so we can finally unlock them all. Because we're eventually going to need a 200 for all of them. It basically allows you to train at an okay rate even when you click the logout button. It's obviously slower than training manually, but it's not that bad. Like, the rate that you get when you're completely logged off for a post 200, it is actually not horrible. Like, obviously it's worse than if you were actively playing, but not by as much as you think it would be. Like, I think every 4 hours of AFK is pretty much like 1 hour of active. Not exactly for every skill, but it's roughly around there. If you AFK a post 200 for about 4 hours, it's about 1 hour of doing it actively. roughly. Obviously, this is different for every skill. Like, obviously, this is not fully the case for merchant, but is even more so the case for something like smithing or one of the production skills that require a lot of effort and a lot of things like bone right, smithing, stuff like that. The ones that are way slower to do actively. Oh, you mean using knowledge directly on skills post 200? I've been doing that too. I only started recently doing it, like a couple days ago. I really only do it if we're close to a threshold, though. Like, we were rushing to 222 Merchant so that we could get to the Leatherworker before it gets nerfed. Which is kind of funny, because I've actually done, like, so little Leatherworker since then. I think I've done, like, 5 hours of Leatherworker since then. I can do up to 210 right now, so I definitely need to be doing that. Obviously, this stream we're not quite doing that, but we do need to actually start investing into our leather. Do need that money. We could buy at least one more upgraded tool with the amount of money we'd get from 210 Leatherworker. And I'm almost at all tools at this point. I'm still not sure if I want to put into pickaxe or not, though. Because honestly, I'm leaning towards putting into pickaxe rather than getting the gatherer tools. Especially since the great merging might be happening to all the gatherings as well. Like, all the symbols with a hand next to it might be merged together. Similar how all the sword skills are definitely going to be merged together. There are plans on potentially doing the same with all the hand skills. Though the only hand skill I really need is gatherer. But we don't know exactly how the merging will work with them, because we don't know how the merging will also work with combat. But after combat, we'll kind of have a general idea of what they'll probably do for all of the hand skills later down the line. So that we don't have to deal with a billion of them. Because they did mention that during the AMA. They're very likely going to be merging all the hands together into one mega hand. Which will just be called, I don't know, Gatherer, Forger, or whatever they call it. The Great Hand Skill. Not sure what they're going to call that. Maybe Collecting? Might be called the Collecting Skill. And it just has Gatherer, Forger, Delver, every future one that ever exists. They're doing the combat merging first, though. But it is very likely they also merge all the hands. That could be easily, like, months upon months from now, though. Whereas the combat one should be probably in the next month or two. And we should have more details on it within the next upcoming weeks as well. Oh, you're cleaning around the house? Nice, nice. They didn't do too much this morning. Went for a quick walk, grabbed just a quick breakfast. And that's about it. Main reason I was actually late, too. Or, you know, normally we start around noonish. But the reason I started closer to 1 is, and I just wanted to grab a bite to eat. I was actually pretty hungry. Chino! Saw you earlier. Back from a 3-day break? Nice! Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, I've definitely been slowing down a little bit with the game, but I'm still just as hyped as ever. Another reason I'm slowing down a bit is they kind of teased us with so much good stuff that I kind of wanted some of that new stuff to hit the game already. I know they're working hard at it and everything, but that Q&A thing was such a tease. Because there's so much potential in all of it, even more than we potentially even realized. And it's like, but we don't have it now, though. Like, we're talking months and years. Now's the time to play for 24 hours straight now? Nice. I'm not sure how long we're going today. I've kind of been just doing one objective per stream. And then once we get that objective done, we just call it for today. Our main objective for today is 148 foraging. So we could do the new bone. I mean, gatherer, I mean. I keep mixing the two terms. But, I mean gatherer, not forager. Obviously, we're doing gathering right now. The apple touching skill. But, yeah, that's our main goal. We're probably still going to do a few other things beyond that in the Hope Forest region. Like maybe try to secure 71 woodcutting and a few other things like that. But Gatherer is the main focus. And pretty much only focus. Who knows, maybe I'll go do a little bit of carpentry too. No real goal for carpentry level, but maybe we'll go back and actually legitimately do carpentry. For a couple hours or something. Just because I have such a backlog of logs and I want to go clear them all. You're about to start over and just focus on one thing and just see how different it'll be. As far as, like, upgrading your skills and everything? Up 0, Joel. Grass is overrated, touches apples. Yeah, I'm not sure what my focus is in the game right now. I've kind of been just doing a little bit of everything. It's honestly always been our playstyle since day one. Just kind of experience a little bit of everything the game has to offer. I guess one sub-goal that we have right now is, because we're doing a little bit of everything, is to get 200 all. Not necessarily in the most efficient way possible, but we've been getting there. Slowly but surely, we've been getting there. Despite banking nearly everything we touch other than what we're dropping right now. But generally speaking, we've been definitely banking way too many things. And we will continue to keep hoarding. Oh, I forgot this freezes you, doesn't it? I will be putting this in the Gather just to speed up the Gather grind. Use the quicker we get to our next threshold, the more XP rate we get. And we get our next buff at 143. We actually get to try out the Sage. Sage is worth a lot, but it is actually the furthest resource in the entire game from a bank. I don't believe there is a single node in the entire game that can be banked that is further away from a bank than Sage. Not only is it like 13 rooms from a bank, and that's a teleport bank as well. Not only is it like 13 rooms from a bank, but it is also across a river. And I forget how you get there, but I'm pretty sure the animation stalls you for at least a few seconds or something to cross the river. So it's 13 rooms away from a bank and has a river stall. You had to cross the river with the boat thing. I forget how that works. I actually haven't been there since the quest. Because you really have no reason to go there unless you're going for Sage. So if you're not going for Sage, you literally have zero reason to ever be there. So this is like the first time we've ever had to actually go back there since the quest. Like pretty much since like day 2 of the game. Maybe even day 1. I don't even think I've been there since day 1 now that I think about it. It has actually been that long. I think legitimately the last time we were there was day 1 of launch day. Because I'm pretty sure since we did a 24-hour stream, we definitely made it there during some point in that stream. So yeah, I haven't been there since day 1. It has been 63 or 64 days since then, depending on how you want to look at it. Since day 64. But yeah, it's been a solid 2 months since I've even stepped foot on the island. I forget what it even looks like. But we'll find out. This is where all of our sages. And I believe there's juniper trees there too, so we could probably do like 8 sage into 1 juniper. And then just drop everything to the ground. But yeah, that's something I might start doing occasionally too. In some of the dead times when we're not getting updates for Brighter Shores as much. Because Old School RuneScape finally got its run energy changed today. It runs off our run energy system, and they finally end up tweaking it today. What it is, I have no clue. I know it has happened, I have no clue what they finally settled on though. Because I haven't actually played, since we started Brighter Shores, I haven't done a single stream for the maxed hardcore yet. And every single stream we ever do, it could be the day we die. Because generally we do something somewhat dangerous every single stream. And the next stream we do is probably one of the raids, Tombs of a Masket. It's generally considered the best raid, overall. By at least the more casual community. Including myself, in that regard. It's just the least annoying with the least amount of barrier to entry. And pretty flexible for pretty much any amount of gear, regardless of what point in the game you're at. Only problem is it's not a safe death for a hardcore, so at any second we could just die. And there's a lot of things just like auto-kill you in that thing if you mess up. Maybe not like auto-kill you, but like you could easily be two-shotted there. Our stamina's down by half? That's kind of funny. Is the run change that broken? I have a lot of staminas. I pretty much never use them. I wonder how good Ring of Endurance is, because I still never did the Ring of Endurance grind. I still haven't done it during the league, nor have I finished it on the main account. Though not, or you know, on the main hardcore. But, I mostly over drop rate in the main game, though. It's a 1 in 200, and I've done it like 230 times. I'm not like super dry on it, but I'm dry enough that it's annoying. Like I'm only like barely over drop rate, but that's enough to be annoying. Since I already have 99 agility. So I'm basically just pointlessly getting it up if I ever do it. Well, I guess there's pet chance if nothing else. I still don't have the agility pet. But I have every other collection log there, so it's kind of pointless from a collection log perspective. Like, every run that I don't get the ring is just a waste of time. If I don't get the ring or the pet. And especially if I somehow have the pet but not have the ring, it's even more of a waste of time. Since the only thing we'd be going for is literally just the ring then. Oh yeah, that reminds me. That's one good thing about how there's Sepulchre now. The run energy change probably makes it so you don't need any run energy restore on the final floor. Normally you had to take one sip every single time, because it wasn't really balanced for you to do it in one go if you do it perfectly. But the run energy change should be one goable now, without needing to ever sip during Hall of Sepulchre. Oh, this could be some nice quality of life for that. Then I can finally go get an Armadillo crossbow from Saradomin, because you probably need less run energy now. I have like 600-700 kills on her, and I still don't have it. It's the only drop I'm missing, not counting pet. And I really need it because I feel comfortable potentially trying to learn Inferno, just doing Armadillo crossbow. Because I still don't have Inferno done on the hardcore because I have no good range weapon. And I feel like I could learn it with just Armadillo crossbow as my main weapon. It'd be a lot harder compared to, you know, Twisted Bow or Full Crystal and Bofa. But it's still very doable in Armadillo crossbow. The main reason you need it over Rune crossbow is it has one higher attack range. And for the final fight, it's really relevant. As well as just for being able to hit things slightly further away. Because it only has a... Rune crossbow is 7 attack range. Armadillo is 8 with 10 if you set it on long range. Compared to something like the Bow of Faradin or Twisted Bow, I believe both have a default 10 regardless of what you have it set to. Which is one of the reasons why I don't normally advise. Then they're just really broken beyond belief. You can still get it done with weaker, though. I've actually never done the Inferno yet. I've done it in leagues every single time, first try. But doing it in leagues first time every single time is way different than doing it in the main game. DPS has always been the issue, though. More so than anything. Because you need enough DPS to make sure you don't run out of supplies. Especially for how bad you might be at it. Including myself. I know the gist of how to do it properly, though. I just haven't bothered doing it yet, due to lack of good range weapon. But there's a lot of streams we could start doing for it. Like Inferno attempts, dangerous content kind of things. Show what endgame is like, just kind of mess around a bit. I probably wouldn't show most of the skilling stuff, but I would definitely stream whenever they drop like new content. Like Varlamore Part 3, we're definitely going to be streaming for a few days. Whenever they finally release Varlamore Part 3. I'm not sure if I'm going to do the Enraged boss, because we'd probably want to know how all those mechanics work before I go die there. But every other thing that coming with Varlamore Part 3, we'd probably be able to do on day 1, 2, and 3. And so far, Varlamore has been like one of the best things Old School RuneScape has ever done. They basically released a whole new region. But unlike when they released Zaya, it's actually good. Unlike Zaya, it's good. It's kind of like what they did with Zaya, but they did it correct the first time, rather than updating it like 1,000 times over the course of 10 years. This time around, they just simply did it right the first time. But we'll definitely be streaming it some here and there. Because I haven't streamed it a single time since Brighter Shores. The last stream for it, I think, was October. It's been like 3 months. I've still been playing it. I'm even playing it right now. As you guys probably infamously know from our dry streak on Beaver. We have pretty much every single second of Brighter Shores I've been woodcutting. We're at 66 point, pretty much all 6s. And I still do not have Beaver Pet. But we've been doing that pretty much every second of Brighter Shores since launch. And about a month prior. About 3 months, over 1,000 hours. Still don't have the one single drop yet. Gosh, MMO grind times are insane. I feel like if you say that to any other genre of game, they would think you were insane. But in MMOs, it's like, oh yeah, that sounds about normal. About 1,000 hours for a single drop. That's only cosmetic. That's a perfectly sane amount of time. And this is why you need dryness protection. That's the main thing that I'm not a fan of in Old School RuneScape in that regard. I am curious to see what Brighter Shores does with it. Like, how do you handle dryness in the game? Because you should definitely have something in place. More than nothing. At least for something that's, like, fully cosmetic anyways. I can understand keeping, like, a non-cosmetic, not having, like, a dryness protection kind of mechanic. But come on, for something purely cosmetic, you gotta have something in place at, like, a certain threshold. Especially when the difference between going dry and not dry is, like, hundreds of hours. I do wish there was more random chance in Brighter Shores, though. It probably will happen over time. But, like, everything that we're doing right now, there's not, like, any random chance that something, like, super cool miraculously happens. Like, we're never gonna get, like, a better log, or, like, a better fruit, or, you know, some kind of follower following us after we go touch one of these things. Like, it's just the same thing over and over again until we move on to the next thing over and over again. There's no, like, big RNG drop you could ever get at any point. Because I do like them. They just have to be balanced well. Alright, we're getting closer to our second level. I keep forgetting, too. Since we're pre-200, we get like a fourth of a bar every time we put knowledge into something. It's gonna be a huge jump. Oh, so it's weird seeing so many blue fruit. Mostly because blue is, like, so rarely happens in nature. And there is so many just oddly weird blue fruit, like the apples in this game and everything. Does seem like slightly off-putting. It's such like a rare color for a fruit. Yeah, in like this middle category that we're in, almost every single fruit is blue. Hey, we got our knowledge point. I'm gonna be forced to have to use that, aren't I? Otherwise it's gonna keep bombarding us every few seconds. Oh, you can see the respawn through the room. I was wondering if you could or couldn't. Never paid much attention to it. But you can actually see the respawn through a room change, even if you're not in the room yet. Well, another thing that's kind of interesting is you can see ground items through a room. They still stay loaded. Like, for example, I can see my stack all the way over there. I can't, yeah, I can even see what items there are. I can see that there's 80 Tinkle Fruit over there. But yeah, they don't get deloaded. Like all the ground items that you have in a given room. They're in a state of always loaded. Wonder if there's any kind of abuse you could do with that. Probably something. Could only imagine. But yeah, they never deload. The only thing that kills them is 10 minutes of time, or you adding more than 100 items to the ground. But otherwise, they're just always loaded. And the game always keeps track of them. I know, we had a lag spike. Oh no! Alright, we're back, we're back. I was just talking about ground items. Not sure how much got cut off. But yeah, they're always loaded regardless where you are. Which is why there's only 100 limit. It's one of the reasons why you can like teleport all the way to Hopeport, come back, and all the things that you were doing when you were doing combat in a different region are still on the ground. Yeah, I can't wait till we go back to that area. I haven't seen that area since day one. We have actually never gone back there for any reason ever. Until today. I think this might actually be the only room in the entire game I've never revisited since day one. I can't think of any other. I miss Lady Ash. All the Ash references. I feel like every day lately we've been seeing at least one. He's the main dev from Old School RuneScape, who's kind of like Andrew Gower himself. And he's pretty much been there since day one. Which I think he's the oldest dev on the team, probably in that regard, as far as seniority. Because I'm pretty sure they hired him back in almost like 2004. And he still works for Jagex to this day. I'm gonna start boosting just to speed up even more. Chug every potion. There's enough I noticed there was enough downtime there, so I was like, I might as well drink the free potion. If there's no downtime, it's a little bit less valuable. But we could drink it pretty much for free. I think we lose like 1 tick if we drink it, compared to the whole duration. So it works out pretty nicely. We could probably do the same thing on Sage as well. Or I could do 8 Sage, 1 tree, and still get a drink in between. This isn't taking nearly as long as I thought it would. We're getting like 3.5 levels per hour, roughly. And it's not even counting knowledge. Counting knowledge, I think it might only take like 2 hours to get to where we want to get to. So we're probably going to hit some kind of stretch goal then. Like good old carpentry time! Could you imagine? Imagine if I did every log that's currently in my bank this stream. We'll see if it's a hypothetical later or not. Because that's a scary amount of logs. Because I know it's over 1,000. That's not a small amount of logs. And at that point, I think we'd be better off just doing leatherworker. If we want to do something like that. Go cash in for like a leatherworker threshold. Just so we can get another upgraded tool so we can start doing other things as well. There isn't too many upgraded tools I still need though. There's basically only 3 really core ones that we're missing. As far as like the super core few. And those are the 2 forager ones. And once we get a higher level, the detective magnifying glass. For when we get to like 267, 267 detective. Yeah, that's a level range where it's actually going to be really relevant. But the main reason I kind of want to do my log bank is this is my only bank that's still in disarray. Every other bank I have is actually kind of organized by this point. But my log bank is still, I'm not sure what to call it. It's like a minefield in there. It's pretty much my last unorganized bank currently in the game. I guess technically my alchemy supplies, but there isn't too much I could do about that. Until I actually train alchemy up. I do have to say, the more I spend in this forest, it's actually not that bad. It does grow on me more and more over time. I would still say it's the worst overall chapter still, though. It's not because it's necessarily bad, it's just the other ones are good. Or better. Chronopolis is still my absolute favorite. Yeah, that's something else. We get to see the flashy lights on our cape. Because there's so much light out here. Because all the gold on this cape, like, flashes whenever it goes into the light compared to not being in the light. I was like, hey, we might gain a woodcutting level. I think we actually will passively gain one, oddly enough. I said, hello, Yusuf. Welcome, welcome. When is next update? We don't currently know because they're starting to work on bigger stuff rather than quality of life necessarily. So, we do know a couple things that they're working on currently. They're working on the first new quest. There's been none since launch, and they probably plan to do almost like one a month in the near future. Never said that, but they're hiring like a whole new animator and everything for it, so that's what they used to do back in the day, about once a month. But our first new quest since launch, or, you know, beta launch, alpha launch, whatever you want to call it, early access launch. The first new quest they're currently working on, they're working on the combat rework where the Great Merging will be happening, where they're going to be combining all the combats together. They're working on trading, making sure there's no bugs, bot detection, stuff like that. As far as which one's coming in next, who knows? Like, we have no way of knowing which one's next. But that's some of the things they're working on right now. What order they're coming in at, though, we don't really know. But, those are like the main things right now. But yeah, we have been a little bit without a patch. The second was the last time we had a major patch, and the third was the last time we had a bug fix. So it's been 1 week as of tomorrow. Well, it's mostly because they're working on bigger stuff now rather than just pure quality of life. Like actual, like, full-blown features. Yeah, I've enjoyed the quest too. I've been really wanting more quests in the game. I was double checking the rate that they used to add them at, and it was about once a month. And at peak Andrew Gower years, it was actually almost 2 a month with how many they were having some months. I mean, some years, I mean. Like 2 per month for an entire year. But it does seem like they're going to try aiming for about 1 a month. They never fully stated that, but they mentioned that they added, or they hired like a person just for 3D animation to help with the quests. So they probably have a lot of quests planned. They also mentioned a couple things during the AMA, or Q&A, I mean, that are going to be locked behind quests. Like extra transports in areas that make it easier to get around, like probably a bridge in Chapter 3 after you get rid of the corruption in the river. Like that's almost guaranteed going to be a quest at some point, where you'll get a bridge or some kind of other access across the river after you purify it, because currently it's still corrupted after the quest. As well as they mentioned storage, potion storage, or I keep calling it potion storage, but you know, equipable potions. They mentioned will be locked behind a quest when it comes out. The ability to equip potions so you don't have to have them in your inventory like we do right now. Will be quest locked. They didn't mention what chapter it'll be in or what the requirements are. I would assume chapter 1, but regardless, we don't know what the requirements are for it. But that's another thing that's coming in the near future. Stuff like that. But yeah, I really hope they add more quests soon. The only problem with quests, though, is I'm pretty much just going to do it immediately for like an hour or two and then never need to touch much with it again. Because there's a good chance we're going to have, like, every requirement. It's not going to be, like, a quest where it's like, oh, yeah, you need, like, you know, it could say some kind of ridiculous number and we're going to have it. It could say something as ridiculous as get, like, 80 gathering, and it's like, oh, yeah, we already got that. Obviously, there's definitely quite a few things it could say that we wouldn't have. But, yeah, it could say almost, like, anything and be like, oh, yeah, we pretty much have that. Or already fully have it. Like, imagine a Chronopolis quest. You need, like, to kill level 80, and you need, like, a 90-something detective, and, like, 70 leatherworker, and 75 merchant, and it's like, yep, we got that. We're good to go. We might have overkilled it just a little. It's the only thing that's going to feel weird with any new quest coming out. Is we're going to have nearly all, if not literally all, the requirements the second it comes out. So there's nothing we're going to need to grind for. We simply just do the quest. I believe the first quest that's going to be coming is for Chapter 1, though. They did mention that a little while back. We don't know what the reward is. But I know they were working on a Chapter 1 Hope Port quest. If that one's going to be the first one that they add and what the reward is, I have no clue. But last I recall, they were working on a Hope Port quest. So maybe we see that one in the next few weeks to a month. Is, of course, the biggest thing with Quest 2 is what on earth is the reward going to be? Because he's done some pretty spicy thing with Quest rewards in the past. As far as how viable they've been. So be curious how he goes about it this time around. Because right now, there's only like, what, 2 or 3 like mega absurdly good quests? There are a few that do unlock a lot. Like, for example, the Matubin's Legacy in Chapter 3. However, I would say the biggest 3 right now are Brandoff Inheritance because the storage expansion they added. Lost and Found because it allows you to craft 4-star gear, which is absurdly huge. It is by far the biggest reward of any quest in the entire game. Even more so than Spider Nest. And Spider Nest. But Spider Nest is pretty much required to get to Chapter 5 anyways. Yeah, those 3. Brandoff Inheritance, Spider Nest, and Lost and Found. There's still some good ones though, like Matubin's Legacy and such, but those are like the big behemoth 3. Brandoff Inheritance doubles your untuned storage. Spider Nest lets you play the game, and Lost and Found lets you craft 4-star gear for weapons and armor. That's a little bit clunky to try to do it for armor right now, but it's possible too. I said, hello Isabel, welcome, welcome. Hope you've been having a wonderful day. Oh yeah, I still forgot to go order the Steam Deck, by the way. I meant to the other day and then got caught up with a couple things. But after stream today, I need to go order it, so it hopefully gets here by this weekend. I've been contemplating for years if I should buy one or not, but I'm finally giving in. Brighter Shores and the fact that my laptop is kind of too broken to travel with right now is what like fully convinced me. Because between a Steam Deck and a phone, I pretty much have full computer accessibility without needing a laptop or anything. Because anything I can't do with the Steam Deck, I can just do with the phone. Without needing to, like, lug around a whole laptop. Have I played it on mobile before? What, Brighter Shores? Yes, using the Steam Link thing. It's kind of clunky right now. They do have an in-house build for this game for mobile, but it's not released to the public yet. They will be after 1.0 launch. Consider it, which will probably be later this year. If they do get it out. Like, way late this year. But, the only way you could do it is with the Steam Link thing, currently. Where you, you know, use the Steam Link program that they have on Steam in order to make it go to your phone. The problem is the interface isn't particularly well scaled for, mobile devices. Because obviously it's not officially supported mobile, you know, version. It's simply just emulating the PC version to the phone. Or streaming it to the phone. Which is not quite the same as like an officially supported mobile version. Still better than nothing though. It works for some activities. Like for example, it worked pretty well for raid dens because they're so AFK. It'd be really annoying for things that require a lot of really precise clicks though. But whenever they have an officially supported mobile version, it will likely work better for that. Because I should be going away for about 2 weeks this year. on average, maybe 3. There's gonna be at least 1 week where I'll be seeing family and about 1 week where I'll be seeing friends. And currently my laptop is too broken to travel with. It's functioning enough to use around the house, but its screen has exposed wires and a broken screen and everything. So kind of can't travel with it, unfortunately. Yeah, so far I've actually streamed Brighter Shores literally every day since launch. I wonder how long we'll keep the streak up. Hopefully for at least 100 days. I do have a few medical appointments that I have this year, though, that could slightly get in the way, but probably not for like the entire day. We'd still probably be able to do it. I have something I need to go for the dentist for again in about, I think a couple weeks from now. And I know that, like, numbing thing and everything that they do, it always keeps my mouth, like, really weird for, like, hours on end. And for the rest of the day, I just don't feel like speaking. But I believe it's in the morning, so I'd have to do, like, a super late stream that day. That or do, like, a no-talking stream or something. So I find it really awkward to talk for, like, pretty much the rest of the day after anything like that. Like, I still can, it feels really weird. You guys probably know the feeling. You need something on the side while playing Brighter Shores? Honestly, I have never watched anything on the side while playing Brighter Shores. And this is like late at night and I'm like multitasking like a billion things. Like when I'm multitasking I am, but if I'm playing just Brighter Shores, I actually never have anything running on the side, oddly enough. Normally because I'm doing something that requires like full focus, like Merchant or something. You normally just go to dentist and sleep until you're better. That's funny. I think the main thing that feels off for me whenever I go to the dentist is I feel the need to like constantly spit. Because I don't want to swallow like all that medical like stuff. Like, you know, like the fluoride and everything else that they do with it. And, like the stuff they put on your teeth to like clean in everything else. Like I don't ever want to swallow that. So I like spit for like hours on end. Because I refuse to swallow until it's like completely out of the mouth. You don't blame me. Yeah, even water has some amount of fluoride in it. I never drank tap water, though. Absolute most, I like gargle with it whenever I'm in the shower. Oh, you don't even use it to brush your teeth, really? I still use tap water for brushing teeth. Yeah, we're almost there. One more knowledge point, and we're pretty much there. Two more, we're definitely there. And then we can finally go back to Sage Island. I believe it's the only 2 rooms I've ever not been back to since day 1 of the game. I'm pretty sure I've been in literally every other room at least once since then. Except for the Sage rooms, because you never have any reason to go there other than for Sage. And at 143, we finally unlocked Sage. For the first time. Do you think they would ban it? I'm pretty sure Trump's what's-his-name wanted to go ban it. He definitely has a lot of questionable picks, but that's one of the few where it's like, I hope he does actually achieve most of what he wants to go do. I'm still concerned about like some of his stances on vaccines and such. But as far as like fixing the FDA and stuff like that, I feel like he could do pretty good. The JFK guy, whatever his name is. I'm definitely a lot more left-leaning, though. It was like one of the few picks where it's like, you know what, he might actually do good. Or at least I sure hope so. Because the United States have been needing, like, food reform for so long. And hopefully he'll finally be the guy that actually does it. Because there are so many things in the United States that are just, like, illegal around the rest of the world. That we still have in, like, everyday processed foods. You think when Builder comes out, we'll get more banks? What, you think we're going to be able to build banks? That'd be kind of funny. But yeah, I'm curious what you will be able to do with Builder. There's one interesting thing that was mentioned during a Q&A. Even though he very controversial said that carpentry is one of his favorite skills in the game. So we got to take his opinion with a grain of salt. But the community manager did say that his favorite chapter is Chapter 5. Not sure if he's just saying that to hype up Chapter 5 or if he actually means it. But that means Builder's probably pretty big. Because Shieldbreaker is not going to be anything special. The Gathering skill is probably not going to be anything too special. At best, it's going to be as good as Forager. But that only leaves Armor Maker and Builder. We already know what Armor Maker is going to effectively do. You know, make armor. So that means Builder has to be really, really good then. Potentially. For him to say that. Because everything else is pretty average. Like, Shieldbreaker is going to be average. Delver is probably going to be average. We already know Armor Maker is going to be slightly above average, but the activity itself is probably average. So that really only leaves Builder being amazing then. Like, Armor Maker's going to be good, but the actual activity is probably going to be pretty mid. Like, the actual need to have the skill be high is good, but the actual activity is probably not anything too over the top. It's probably more very similar to, like, Bone Wright, Blacksmith, Stonemason. Obviously, the process will be a little bit different visually and everything, but it should be pretty comparable to them. Well, they did say we're going to be getting more weapon storage and everything in the future. But they did mention, as far as being able to see all of our banks at once, we might only be able to do it around the trading square, which could be kind of annoying, but I guess it's better than nothing. Because obviously we'll need to if we're going to be able to trade from bank to bank. But it seems like in Chronopolis Square is going to be the only place you could really check all your banks at once. Not what to withdraw from them, but, you know, to be able to see them all. Because they would basically have some kind of functioning window. You would have to have it to be able to trade with it. It'd be really annoying if you would have to be in a trade to be able to see it, though. Rather than just go to the square and automatically be able to. Or eventually have a spell that would just call on your storages to go see them all. Because if they could code it for trading, they could code it for a spell. Harder part is getting a menu like that working, but once it is working, I really hope we get a spell that just brings it up. Maybe at a certain merchant level after a quest or something. Either from a quest unlock or from a merchant level unlock. Have the ability to see all your banks at once. Because right now it is very clunky if you want to check every bank. I think it takes over 5 to 10 minutes to check every bank in the game. Because you have to manually walk to every single one of them. When trading comes out, you'll be able to check them all within about like 30 seconds or so. Simply by just trading someone. But I really hope we just get a spell at some point that lets you do it anywhere. Like, you know, check all your banks from anywhere. Because it's really annoying when you're trying to find out, like, a few resources that you have. Like, let's say if I'm making, like, a piece of Bone Wright equipment, and I want to go check all my logs, as well as all of my, fully processed, wood material, as well as all my bones. If you wanted to check that now, that would take about, like, 3 minutes. Whereas if you had a spell for it, you could check it in, like, 20 seconds. Because right now you have to manually go to 2 different banks, or technically 3 different banks, but 2 of them are right next to each other. You have to go to 3 different banks to go check them all. Instead of just like one spell where you can just check everything at once. Obviously the spell wouldn't let you withdraw from it, just peek at it. But it's better than crossing the whole world just to check them all. And it's going to be even more of a problem when more chapters come out. Oddly enough, we shouldn't really have any more bank storages coming in next chapter. Because every single thing related to next chapter already goes to an already existing bank. Because a materials bank already exists. The only thing that it could be is maybe a finished product builder material bank. If there's like finished products that you make. But otherwise, all the banks already exist. Like a finished leather bank already exists. A builder bank already exists in chapter 3 and 4. Because there's activities nearby them where you need to bank them. What else? Yeah, I guess that's it. It's like the only 2 banks that are relevant then. And obviously all the things for Forager just go into normal Forager banks. This is like a weird one for something that you get from it. But they all go to the corresponding banks from the other chapters. So at most, there's only like 1 new bank type as of next chapter. Maybe 2. If there's some kind of weird material from Gatherer, or, you know, from Delver, or if there's a weird material as a finished product from Builder that doesn't go in the materials bank, but rather some other builder bank. Those are like the only 2 bank types that could be added. Oh, is that guy doing double spawning Gatherer? Ooh. Fancy. It's definitely one way of doing it. I just noticed he picked up one and then went back. How many trees is he grabbing in this room? The problem with that is I'm not sure what their timer is. And having to keep track of 2 different timers is going to be so annoying. But yeah, they did add double spawning to increase your XP rate. When, you know, that patch that said it doesn't increase your XP rate at all? It definitely increases your XP rate by a lot if you use it in a very fancy way. Because all respawns in a room are based on the first node you take, not the last node. So you can kind of like stagger what you grab. And then force like a double spawn out of them. And there are situations, depending on what pattern you're doing, that speeds up the rate that you're getting. It's just really annoying the route. So I'm just doing it normally. It is probably like 5% better XP per hour, 10% for some things. It's just really, really annoying the route, and I can't be bothered for how little time we have to spend here. If we're doing post 200, I probably would. But for pre 200, you're spending so little time that doesn't really matter. Well, I haven't bought into Steam Deck yet. But I will be today. I meant to yesterday, but got caught up in a few things. But, yeah, I will be today. I'm likely getting black, though. I did get a white PC for my most recent PC, though. But generally, I do get black. But I have, like, a weird mix match of black and white, because also the OLED Switch is also white. I have, like, a completely black and white color scheme in this room, pretty much, at this point. Everything's either black, white, or chroma keyed. Pretty much. Or, you know, RGB. Chroma key, that's something else. Yeah, we're almost there. 143, you can move on to the actual good one. Well, not actual good one, but it should be better XP than what we're doing now. Because right now we're getting, what, with a 5% we're getting almost 1.2. The other one should be about 1.2 even without a boost. Because even though it is a Sickle related thing, I do have a partially upgraded Sickle. Also, after one level we get an extra 5% as well. I need to remember to go buy that. I think it's like 500 silver. So I really hope there's a quest eventually that utilizes all these butterflies. There's a bunch of random butterflies all over the place in Hope Forest. And I thought with like the spider nest quest with like the rainbow water thing and everything that you would actually end up using all the butterflies. But you don't. I really hope there's a quest that makes you do something with them. They're kind of everywhere. I know they're kind of like set dressing, but they feel like they have more purpose to them than just decoration. Kind of like how the crabs are at all the shorelines. I feel like there'll be like a quest tie-in for them eventually. And I feel the same way about the butterflies. They are suspiciously heavily populated to a degree that seems like they have more of a purpose than just decoration. Steam Deck 2 better have a pink model. Yeah, I definitely plan to get it in black. Hopefully it gets here by this weekend. As long as it doesn't get shipped to the wrong place, I'll be happy though. It's very rare that they do it, but gosh, it happens every year. It's one of the only few reasons I kind of want to move away from this place. That and hurricane seasons are awful. But every area has like some kind of weather issue. This place is just hurricanes. But the main issue is the mailing address to this place is so annoying. Because 1 in like 50 things will just be sent to the complete wrong address. And sometimes it's a very important thing. I think the strangest thing is even when you give, like, even when I order something at the exact same time, like 2 Amazon items sent to the exact same mailing address, one will go to the right location, one will go to the wrong location. I don't understand how that's even possible. They were both ordered at the same time, to the same address, same everything. One goes to the right spot, the other one goes to the wrong building. I never understand that. Like the same day, the same order time, the same everything. Yet one still gets dropped off the wrong spot. Happens to you sometimes, really? I think the main thing that confuses people with my address is it has an apartment number, but it's actually a house. Like, in the address name, it has apartment number, and there's a bunch of apartments nearby. But it's actually a house, not an apartment. But the actual address uses an apartment number. There we go. Okay, let's finish the cycle while we have the boost. But there it is. Sage has been unlocked. I'll bank the first inventory and then drop the rest. Just so we can see how horrifically bad the bank route is. Because it is bad. It is actually the worst item in the entire game to bank. I'm not aware of anything worse in all of Brighter Shores than Sage as far as its banking route. If anyone knows of anything worse, do let me know. But I'm pretty sure it is absolutely the worst. Definitive worst. Like the distance that it has. Also, why am I going all the way to this tree? I'm going all the way over here as if I'm doing another cycle. But we're out of here. Alright, let's go head over to there. Okay, so let me go do the whole cycle from scratch. So the first thing you would do is teleport to Hope Forest Central. You would then go, let's see, what's the quickest path from here? You would then go all the way over here. That's if you're going to like the storage bins and everything. Because the other way has to go through Bramble and everything. I guess you can still go through that way, but it's still kind of clunky. Have to go through this annoying aggro room with the annoying corner. You then would bank right here, because this is where the bank is. So let's pretend we have a full inventory of Sage. We would click on this and then bank. So that would be our bank route. So now we have banked everything that we just got. But then we go all the way over here. All the way down here. All the way over here. All the way over here. Alright, we're almost there. All the way over here. All the way over here. Forgot these things are even over here. We're almost there. All the way up and down like a billion times. This is required every time you want to go through. Gotta do a billion up down just to go through the path. Then you take this boat somehow. I guess you click on it. Then you have to go through the dialogue box. And now we are here. But that is the route. How much are there? Is there only 6 of them as well? Wait, there's 5? Okay, that's interesting. There's 3 in one room, 5 in the other. It's kind of weird. I guess we start here. But yeah, that's how you get to Sage. And you got to do that every single time you want to get back to Sage. Which is why we're dropping them. I am taking one full inventory, though. Just to go with my other one full inventory. Just to see the banking process horrificness just one more time. How much XP are we getting per drop? 1.3k. That's not too bad. Maybe we'll just be dropping all of them, though. Other than the first inventory that I will be banking. But as far as infinite looping it, it's not that bad. It's just the banking process that's horrific. Oh, and also the respawn time. Ooh. Ooh, that is not a nice respawn time. I might have enough time to actually double tree. I thought double tree would be overkill, but I think we actually have time for double tree. I'd rather take it in the other room, though. Oh no, this one's only a one-step jump. Might be worth taking this one. I want to see if there's any in the other room that's better, though. I'm pretty sure that's the other Juniper we have to take. Yeah, the other one's too far. See, if we want to grab another Juniper, it has to be the one space one. It is a one space jump, but it is only one tile away at least. Even though it is a jump tile. And these things are about 4.5 silver each. And they're made for the 7% Hope Forest potion. But yeah, there's definitely enough downtime where we could double the Juniper. So the full route is take all 3 of these, take the Juniper, take the other Sage, take the other Sage. At least we don't have to manual click anywhere. But yeah, we'd double Juniper every cycle then. You would take this one and then the one that's on the other path to get to the final Sage. Oh, I lied. I actually do have the manual path. Never mind. That one has to be manualed. Otherwise, you double tile waste. Oh, unless you get diagonal through there. I guess it's a single tile waste, but you still waste a tile, though. Alright, let's go see the banking route. I'm only banking the first inventory, though. I don't plan to bank beyond this one. This is a one-off thing, so we can make 7 or 23 pots later. And that will be our full maximum that we're ever going to make, because these things are a nightmare to go bank. Compared to just camping them. I got to go all the way over here. And repeat the whole cycle, except this time actually with the banking process. It is the only time we're banking, though. It is way too bad to bank these otherwise. Let's see, let's go count the room. So we went, let's go do a full room count. We're going to count the teleport as one room. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's keep counting. 5, 6. I believe it's around 13. It's like 12 or 13. 7. 8. 9. And a bunch of up-downs. 10 with even more up-downs. 11. 12. And 13 if you count the one all the way over there. I think this is where our cycle starts. But yeah, that is nightmare. Anyways, we're not banking them, ever. That's just the one inventory just to get it done with. For the first time bonus and everything. We're just camping them and dropping them on the ground, unfortunately. It is way too far to bank. But it's currently the worst material in the whole game to bank right now. I'm not aware of anything further than 12 to 13 rooms away from a bank. Plus, a lot of those rooms are really annoying to traverse. They got a bunch of up-downs. They got like a fairy thing that has like a triple dialogue box to get past. A lot of really annoying things. Oh, so you can't chop a tree from the top, can you? Pretty sure you can't. Go check real quick, though. Oh, you can. Okay. Oh, I got a manual click there, then. That's not ideal. Alright, so that's 2 manual clicks we have to do each cycle. Both are related to the tree. Because we got a manual click to that tile from this tree. Otherwise, we get pathed and lose 2 tiles. Or 1 if we could diagonal through it. I think we could diagonal through it. And then on the other one, we miss 2 tiles because we can't go around the tree otherwise. So here, I believe we lose 1. If we don't manual click. And the other one, we lose 2 on. Yeah, we'll get some more woodcutting XP. It's actually a level 45 tree, so it's not that bad, XP-wise, right now. And we're stuck doing this basically till 144, where we get our sickle upgrade. And then after that, we're stuck with it again till 148 until we get our bone upgrade. Hey, there's one other person here. Oh no, they're just doing the quest. You can tell because they don't even have 143 gatherer. Their total level's lower than 143. But also, actually, we see a lot of new players come here, potentially. Because they're going to explore to see if there's anything over here. And they realize, whoops, all high level. See the random 143 sage. And be like, oh yeah, it'll be like 64 days before we get there. We haven't been here since day 1. That was us on like day 1. Coming over and it's like, oh yeah, a bunch of plants we're never going to touch. And here we are touching them.
There's one weird glitch with cueable action. It'll sometimes keep your previous direction rather than change your direction to go towards the object. It's just a visual glitch, though. Your guy still does what it needs to do. Also, we'll do some amount of the bones once we do get to the bone. We technically just do some Mind Fighter while doing it. I think it's a little bit out of our range, though. So maybe I'll go to the Bramble. Like one set of Bramble. Because the combat thing we were doing earlier isn't as viable now. Because our combat level is too high to do it. Actually, that's not true. We can take out the 110s, but at 100, I don't think it's going to be particularly consistent to take on 110. I just realized, never mind, it's not even the bone that I get access to. We're going to have to do the weird one with the way the bears are. I forgot, that's not the lowest tier bone, that's the next bone up. Oh, maybe we do a little bit of Mind Fighter then. We can actually do some of our tongues while doing the other thing. The only problem is RNG how many tongues we get, so its banking would be kind of annoying on them. Not getting close to that woodcut level. At 71, we can start doing ash trees, which makes the shields we need. Tier 3 shield. So what's with the random juniper logs? I guess that was from our first cycle. It means we haven't done this for 10 minutes yet. If those things are still on the ground from earlier. So our XP rate's honestly not going that bad then. Though I think one of them was from a knowledge point though. Which is why it seems so much higher. Also, I gotta remember at 144 we do have to go bank to go get a so oh, that means I need to go get one more inventory of these then. I didn't think that through when I did the dock leaf thing earlier. Maybe I should do another inventory of it. That or check my bank. But unfortunately, there's not a check bank spell, so I can't know how many I have right now. But, I should double check how many dock leaves I have, because I'm probably going to get another inventory of sage. Because I have to bank anyways to go get my sickle upgrade. It's literally on route to get back here. So I might as well bank a whole thing of sage while I'm over there. That'll be the last time we leave this area until we get 148. But it's gonna be worth it for 5% extra XP. Yeah, if that's the case, I might have to go do one inventory of dock leaf then. So we have an even amount of both. Alright, one more set and we'll go bank the dock leaf then. More so for the Sickle upgrade. But we're going to be there anyway, so might as well bank. Good morning! Let's see, I am going to queue this. Do we lose 1 or 2 tile? If I lose only 1, that means you can pass through the sage. If you lose 2, that means you can't pass through the sage. Yeah. Wait. Is that still the same amount of tiles? Okay, apparently you can't pass through them. Alright, we're good to go. Drop all this, grab all that. Wait, I say take some. Take all. There we go. Alright, we're out of here. Let's go get our Sickle upgrade. So what we just got at 144 is Sickle. Tier 2 Sickle. 5% extra XP whenever you do anything Sickle related. There's only 3 material that does it. Dock leaf, sage, and the thistle that you need for the cryo potion. Unfortunately, I'm using a level 10 Sickle right now, though. I never got to 25. Mostly because we don't really need it again till like level 284 Forge or something. So it's a pretty low priority to get it just for the small grind. I do plan to eventually when we do the post 200 grind. But for the pre 200 grind, you're here for such a short duration, you don't really need it. As this is the last time I need it to like 284 or something. Like after we get 158 Gatherer, or sorry, 148 Gatherer. Once we get 148 Gatherer in 4 levels, I don't need Sickle again until 248. Which is a long while from now. Hey, who did I buy this from? I don't remember. Not you. I think it's the other guy over here. It's been a while. Alright, 1 Sickle, please. There it is. Half a gold. Perfect. Alright, we're out here. And that's a permanent 5% XP whenever you do any of these 3 now. But I really wish there was a way to check my bank. Because I'm not sure how many dock leaf I have. And it is decently relevant because I need to know what ratio of sage to dock leaf I need. Because obviously when we leave sage again, we're going to have a 3rd set of sage. Which means I might have to do 2 sets of dock leaf then. But my final teleport once I get 148 Gather is going to be to Hopeport. And then we'll get whatever dock leaf we need to fill up the rest of our sage. I have another new player. We're going to see a lot of new players over here. There's no reason to ever come to this room as a newer player, but the storyline forces you across the bridge. So you're going to come here like ever so briefly. Can you remember if there's an item you need to pick up or something? I think there is. There's like one of the corrupted items you need to pick up, I think, in this room. And then you never come back here again until you have 143 Gatherer. Because it's pretty much the only purpose for these 2 rooms after the quest. Also, I just realized there's a bunch of mysterious runes over here. This would be a cool place to expand later. There's a bunch of mysterious runes, but no quest to or anything to go beyond it. It's a really interesting decor for how much nothing there is. And there's plenty of room to expand in that direction, in like every direction. There's definitely not a lack of room over there, that's for sure. I guess maybe to the east. But definitely not a lack of room south or west. I'm about to gain a woodcutting level. Ah, there it is. Unfortunately, still need a bit more before we can do anything with it. 71 is our next unlock for woodcutting. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I can get the upgraded loppers now, too. I don't need those, though. We don't need those until post 200. But at some point, we'll be utilizing them. There's no time even remotely soon. As it'll be a very, very, very long time before we ever do post 200 woodcutting. Hello, Semi. Welcome, welcome. Which profession in Hopeport and Hope Forest do you see as being the most profitable when trading arrives? When trading arrives, doing alchemy is by far the most profitable in Zone 1, and potentially even in the entire game, because the constant demand for potions. Because there's a very finite amount in the game that you would ever make on your own. So the rest you would need to buy from other people selling out theirs. But, alchemy would make probably the most out of anything in the entire game compared to trading. Compared to how much it makes now. The only other thing is, like, making 4-star equipment might be worth more. But the only other thing that's going to be comparable to it is potions. Which is alchemy in Chapter 1. And in Hope Forest, I would probably say carpentry makes the most. Right now, Gather is the most overall useful one. But if you do a bunch of woodcutting and carpentry, there's a lot of people skipping the woodcutting carpentry grind. Or putting it off till later. And material like that will probably go well, especially when the prices in the shop go even higher than they are now. Because sometimes whenever people just needs to get something, they just buy it from the shop. But the price hike that's going to be coming when trading comes out to all shops, because they mentioned prices are going to increase when trading comes out. And that'll affect Iron Man and non-Iron Man as well. But there's going to be a price hike when trading comes out to all shops. And when that does end up occurring, it's not really going to be viable to go buy your carpentry stuff as much anymore, like people currently do. You'd still be able to, it'd just be very expensive. And for that reason, woodcutting carpentry is probably going to be really, really good after trading comes out. Even for Iron Man people who aren't actually going to activate trading. Because bypassing your carpentry requirement by buying it's going to be more expensive than ever. And when it comes to trading, the amount that you'll be able to make from it should be pretty good. Like, we're talking like leatherworker levels of profit. Except you actually have to sell it to someone rather than to a shop. But it should make pretty comparable to leatherworker. It's just you would have to find someone to trade rather than just directly put it into a shop. But yeah, those are likely the biggest three when trading comes out. Carpentry supplies, alchemy supplies, or not even alchemy supplies, but finished potions for alchemy. Like, finished potions for alchemy, carpentry supplies, like, you know, fully processed and ready to go for other things, and 4-star gear, as well as 3-star. Like, 3 and 4-star gear are like the 3 biggest things that are going to be the most profitable when trading first comes out. Yeah, we don't currently know how they're going to be nerfing shops. Well, we know they're going to price hike them. We just don't know, like, how much price hike it'll be. Are we talking, like, 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%? Different for every single item, depending on factors. But there is a price hike to almost every item in any shop once trading comes out. There are a few that likely won't get price hiked. Like, ones that are stable, like stews and stuff like that, and eggs. Like, ones that are used for, you know, an active activity like that. But any kind of, like, raw material that you're kind of, like, cheating past by buying it from a shop are all going to be increased in price. So, like, ores, bars, if they're ever buyable in Chapter 5. Things like carpentry supplies, potions are probably going to even increase. Like, the cost of a 5% potion is probably going to be higher then than it will be now. and stuff like that, as well as your plus 40 potions for your boost potions are probably going to be more expensive. Like everything that's like a finished product or a raw material is going to be increased in price. Unless the only way to get it is from buying it, which would be like some things with cooking, for example, or tools. Like those are likely not to be price hiked. But everything else likely is, to some percent. We just don't know how much that would be. It could be a small amount, it could be like nearly double. It's one of the reasons we're dropping the stage to begin with. It's worth a lot, but not enough to go bank as far as it needs to be banked. They're worth like 4.5 gold each. I mean silver, I mean. After their price hike, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like 8 or 9 silver each. In which case they actually would be worth banking. Right now they're only 4.5. I don't think they're gonna go the finite resource route like they did in, or not technically them, but, I'm pretty sure you're still gonna be able to infinitely buy from all shops. They're just gonna price hike them enough that it's not worth doing most of the time. Because the only problem with doing a finite stock in every shop is you basically turn buying shops into a daily. Which I don't think he's gonna go down that route. Because this game has been pretty good about trying to minimize how many dailies it has. Like with the venture system and everything, which we have to go do in an hour. But, I don't think he's gonna make, like, all shops into a dailies like that. Because that's basically what limited stock does. It just turns every shop into a daily. From what they've said so far, it seems like they're gonna keep it infinite stock, but just price hike them enough where it's generally not worth doing, but it's still an option. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. But based on what they've said so far, that seems like the case. Anywhere from like a 20 to 2 times increase in price. But you'd still be able to buy them infinitely. And that would also raise the price in the market when you're trading an item. Like if the shop price goes from something like 5 silver to, you know, like 8 silver, then you'd be able to sell it pretty easily for 7 silver. Whereas right now you'd only be able to sell it for like 4 to 6. But them simply just increasing the price would make it so you could sell it for more, which makes all gathering skills better. And they definitely need a bit of a buff. Hey, another new player. I think it's like the 4th one so far. Those are the only people we're going to see because I highly doubt anyone's going to be doing Sage. I'm actually surprised there isn't at least one other person doing Sage, though. It's because they're only here for like 5 levels. Like, we're almost already out of here. And we haven't even done it for an hour yet. Because I don't think you have to come back here again. That's the other thing, too. You don't have to come back here again until, like, 1 billion levels from now. The next time you have to come to Sage is level 481. That might be the reason. You come here for 5 levels from 143 to 148. And then you don't come back here until level 481 Forger. I forgot it was that high. I knew it was high. I forgot it was that high, though. That's really funny. But as soon as we gain 4 more Forager levels, we don't have to come back here till we basically have maxed Forager. Like, we're talking, like, finished monument level of high. Oh, hello, Genki! Welcome, welcome! Hope your New Year's been going well. Hey, another new player. Grabbing his thing and leaving. I think it's our 5th player. Oddly enough, we're almost breaking the number for how many people got their class. When we were camping leaks while doing Gatherer, we saw, I believe, 9 people cross by. No, 8. It was 8 people. Because we had a 3-3-2. So we had 8 people cross by. We're already at, what, 5 right now? Halfway done with Sage. So oddly enough, there's actually more new players now than there was when we were doing leaks. Like the other week or two. Like during the holiday. Because we're on rate to see about 10 new players then. Whereas when we did the whole leak grind, we only saw 8 new player. There's a lot of areas where you camp in this forest where you're going to see new players constantly. He's grabbing his little thing he needs for the quest. He apparently forgot it the first time around. I was trying to figure out how to go deeper, not realizing this is a dead end. There we go, 3 levels to go. And then we don't need to touch these things again until we're basically max level Gatherer. Which I assure you is like 3 years from now. Like 2 to 3 years from now is the next time we'll have to come back to this island unless it gets updated with something else. Which is why this has been the first time we've been here since launch day. But after today, we won't be back to this island until, gosh. Like 2027? Because you basically have to max the Gatherer level before you have to come back here. At least in the current state of the game. Unless they have some kind of quest over here or something. In the future. It is. Maybe that's where the first raid is going. Looks pretty temple-like over there. It would also give you a reason to eventually come here, other than just the XP pots. Oh, so these XP pots must go for a lot. The 7% for Hope Forest. The supplies to make them already cost like 9 silver in current state of game. Which means each potion would be at least like 15, 20, 25 silver each. If you wanted to buy them over like the 2 silver 5%. Which would also likely be increased with the shop hike when they increase all the prices. That's something I might do beforehand too. Buy up a bunch of 5% pots before the price hike. In case that is something that gets affected. Because I'm perfectly fine just using 5% and not a bigger one. Pre-buy like a few thousand of every 5% pot. In case they get increased in price. Because they probably will. Because they are so cheap right now. They're nearly free for how cheap they are. Compared to the other percents. Also, our knowledge point keeps happening at such an awkward point midway through the run. But we should only need to use 2 more or 3 more knowledge until we hit 148. And then we head back to the bone zone. Because I do plan to do some of the bones. Probably go for at least 150. Which bone is next again? Yeah, we're back to tier 1. Or not tier 1, but, you know, the first one in the array. Not sure what you'd call that. Like, it's a tier 3 bone, but it's the first of the tier 3 bones. It's a really annoying one, though, locationally. I'm still gonna bank them all, though, probably. Definitely at least a few hundred. Honestly, I might just bank them all. I'm not gonna get that many from it. And they still make shields. It just tier 3's still the dead zone though. It's like the final dead zone of pretty much every skill until we get to the good tier 4 stuff. Wait. That one's a tier 4. Wait, is this already tier 4? Wait. Wait, is that tier 4? Never mind, this is tier 4. Oh. Wait. Never mind, this is tier 4. Oh. Though the first one doesn't go all the way to 199, so that one's irrelevant. It's only the first node that is bad. But every other, everything but Goat Horn can go to a 199. Goat Horn can't, but everything else can. Which means Ram Horn can make a 199 shield. Bone Spike is the glory days that we can technically do all the way to 200. Because that makes our 199 weapons, as well as a little bit further. And then Femur, of course, will also make our 199 shield. That is less relevant than the Bone Spike, which is why we're doing like 90% Bone Spike all the way to max. It's going to be very Bone Spike heavy. There's a few other things along the way, but almost all of it's going to be Bone Spike. Because I need some amount of Femur Shard, but not that many. Because worst comes to worst, I can also use Ram Horn for the exact same thing you could do with Femur Shard. So we don't actually need Femur Shard, just for the better XP rate. Not necessarily because we need the Femur Shard itself. Because it doesn't matter what shield we make, as long as we get a shield. And Bone Spike is what we make all of our weapons out of. Which is pretty much the whole reason why we're doing this. Other than for base 200s. Is because we want to be able to make 199 4-star bone rate equipment. They should go pretty well when doing trading. We don't currently know what the market price will be. But a 199 bone rate weapon is probably anywhere from half a gold to like 3 gold each. Who knows, maybe even a little more. We don't really know where the market is. But it's going to be a very like, commonly traded item. And it could be worth as high as like 3 to 5 gold each. Though probably a little bit lower. Because you can make multiple per hour. I'm not sure how many per hour. I want to say like 10-ish per hour. Definitely is 5 an hour. Never really kept track of how many 3 stars you get per hour while crafting something. But it's definitely several. It's like a high single-digit number or a really, really, really low double-digit number. But it should go anywhere from half a gold to 3 gold each or so. Or it depends where the market is on it. The bone rate one should go for more, though, slightly. Because not only is it a good weapon for Guardian, but it's also a, Oh yeah, there's another byproduct of it that's kind of cool. We can make even more money while doing that. I didn't even think about that. Because Guardians need... I believe that's their best weapon. Are there any Guardians out there? No. Isn't your two-handed pokey green stick your best DPS weapon? Pretty sure it is. Like, assuming you're potted up. Any enemy's not immune to green. I'm pretty sure that's the best DPS weapon. Because that means we'll be able to roll an 89% one. Like a max percent. And keep all the 88 and 89% to sell to actual Guardians. And then the rest gets sold to, like, people like us. Who just need it for their weapon upgrade. But we keep the 88 and 89% to sell to Guardians then. Because you can make even more money that way then. Because those definitely go for at least a gold each, if not more. Like a perfect roll Guardian weapon. Because even if it's only a 199, you can still upgrade it with other equipment to make it like a 250, a 300, a 350, so on and so forth. And have your perfect percent on it. Because the perfect percent matters a lot more than the level on it. At least for a Guardian. For every other class, it doesn't matter what the percent is. But Guardians care. We should make some big considerations for the Guardian class. Honestly, I don't mind them too much. Some things are a little bit clunkier, but some things are also a lot easier on them. For example, Alchemy is actually absurdly easy for them compared to the other two classes. They basically just have to camp Hope Forest. Honestly, pretty much every issue Guardians have is fixed if you just simply camp Hope Forest. Because they actually have a lot of advantages that the other classes don't have. Like super cheap potions, as well as not needing to train as many skills to get everything that they need. It initially seems like they have to do a lot, but it's actually less when you start getting into the nitty-gritty of every single thing. Like, they get all of their alchemy potions just from doing Gatherer. Cryo Knight has to do both Forge or End Gather if it wants every single one of them. And just other small things like that. And of course, not to mention, when it comes to Hammer Mages, they need Death Stone for their best-in-slot weapon. Which is very annoying to get en masse. It's actually the most annoying thing to craft out of any class in the entire game. Is the yellow two-hand hammer for Hammer Mage. As it requires woodcutting, carpentry, mining, and not just any mining, blast mining. Which I do enjoy doing, but it is exceedingly costly to do if you're buying it rather than getting it from the daily. As well as so high in the shop that you can never ever buy it even before the price hike. It's just too expensive to buy from the shop compared to mining it yourself. Every single class has something annoying about it. Like, I feel like the weapons for Cryo Knight are the absolute easiest to make. Overall. They have almost, like, no friction with smithing. But compared to, like, Bone Rite or something, or Hammer Mage's Stonemason, when they need the good weapon. But then they have the downside of needing, like, a billion skills to go do their alchemy properly. Whereas the other two classes can just focus on one and not need to deal with it. Like, there's up and downsides to each of them. Cryo Knight seems to be like the in-between class, though. Whereas Guardians probably have the most amount of benefit of any class in the game right now, and Hammer Mages the most amount of disadvantages. But all of them are really marginal. All the advantages and disadvantages they have right now. Like, none of them are particularly drastic. Oh, you're specifically talking about the looks, though? Oh, yeah. Lower tier Bone Rite armor could definitely use a bit of a buff in the visual department. Come on, Ferryman. Bring me to the boss. Please. Bring me to the repeatable, forest boss. Please, Ferryman. I need it. Make this boss repeatable. I want to go fight it again. Except with harder mechanics and an actual drop table. While also giving us free carpentry XP. At the cost of the planks, we need to go repair the boat. I wonder if they ever make it into a repeatable boss, if it's going to be a number of planks per fight. Or if you're going to have to constantly use planks throughout the fight. Like, is it going to be like a plank fee Like, to fight the boss, you're gonna have to pay, like, 5 planks of the given tier. Because otherwise, you could run out of planks and mid-fight. Because you can even see there's, like, almost extra, like, wood over there. And it's almost like you're gonna be able to just, like, grab it from, like, an infinite pile. So it almost seems like you'll just have to pay, like, an upfront fee of, like, 5 plank or 10 plank of the given tier. And then you just grab from the infinite pile when you need to actually repair it. Better not even need to grab from anything at all and just, like, auto-repair on its own. Kind of like how it does in the fight already. But I really hope that boss becomes repeatable soon. I really hope that's, like, the first boss in the game, since they already have it, like, half-coded anyways. And one of the best drops it could have, though I highly doubt they would do it, but I would love it so much, is if they gave a pair of, like, boots or flippers that let you move through water at normal speed from the water boss. Because that would be so convenient for fishing. You know how much of a buff to fishing that would be? If you could move through water at a normal speed. That would also technically help blacksmithing and stonemason too, oddly enough. Simply because both of them need to get the eels for gas, which saves time if you can move through there at normal speed. It's obviously mostly a buff to fishing though. I am Aquaman. He did add flippers to his other game too that made you move quicker through water. Though it only affected underwater. But I would love to see him add the similar to this boss. And of course you could always transmog over it. But like a pair of flippers or shoes just let you move through water at normal speed rather than reduced speed. Honestly, even if you have to keep recharging it over... Actually, that's something I want to... I don't know. I was almost going to consider it as a poll question right now. What do you guys think of, like, having to constantly recharge items in a game? I know it's something pretty controversial in old school RuneScape, but I'm actually 100% in favor of it, as long as it's done in an intuitive way. I'm actually a fan of something that needs to constantly keep being recharged. As long as you can very overcharge it by a lot. But I actually like things that constantly need maintenance like that. Did someone say charge Blood Fury? Yeah, I use Blood Fury so rarely on the hardcore, just because it's so annoying to charge. I think they were considering adding a way to buy Blood Furies, which, oh no, that seems kind of bad. But they already did it for so many other things where it's like, yeah, you might as well. Like, since they deleted rune crafting from the game, they might as well delete everything that requires you to get anything. So you might as well just delete the thieving skill too. If you're gonna delete rune crafting, you might as well delete everything. But yeah, that would basically delete thieving from the game, for the most part. If you could just buy Blood Furies. Because that's like the main activity you do post 99. Is actually get Blood Furies. But people hate the activity, so instead of fixing the activity, they're just letting you buy them outright. The skill rework now called Detective, I know, right? Detective is way better than thieving in old school RuneScape. They've been trying to add some newer activities that aren't like as horrifically bad. Like with Voldemort and everything. But they're only kind of average. Like they're a lot more AFK, but they're not like good to spam. You're definitely not doing them post 99. Actually, that's not true. You do them for easy clue scrolls. But other than that, you don't do them post 99. And the only reason you do that is because there's not a better source in the game. As it's really AFK. Compared to every other way to get easy clue. Why did the thing not register? There we go. I thought I clicked it. Apparently not. Alright, level 1.5 to go. 2 more knowledge points and we should be good to go. And then we don't have to come back here again until basically 500 gather. Which is kind of insane. Because if a quest or something else, or a boss or a raid is never put over here, this is the last time we need to come to this island for about 2 years. Maybe even 3 years. And this content is added over here. Is this the next time I would have to come here for sage? And juniper trees have a way better spot to cut if you're going to be cutting them. It is one thing I really hope that Brighter Shores doesn't do. Like, completely delete skills from the game. Indirectly. Like, I know they're doing it with the merging, but that's something different. That's a different form of deletion. What I mean by deleting is, like, deleting it without deleting it. Where you basically make it so irrelevant that you basically never need to do it. Because Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3 have a really big problem with that. Where the skills are technically there. You can see that they're there, you still get XP for them and everything. But the second you hit 99 or, you know, max level, you never touch them again. There's only been a few skills that's kind of been deleted from Old School. I would say the biggest three are probably Fletching. Or let's see, what's the full list? Fletching, Agility, Rune Crafting, and if they make Blood Shards buyable, Thieving. I think that's the full list. Fletching, while still good for, like, Amethyst Darts and a few other things, was mostly killed by the Bow of Faradinin, which you can permanently charge to have infinite ammo. So you get, like, one of the best range weapons in the entire game to have infinite ammo. What killed Thieving is if they make Blood Shards buyable. Because one of the main reasons you even do Thieving is for Blood Shards. It's, like, one of the biggest loots you get from it. That's actually, like, reputable. They killed Rune Crafting because you could just spend money to infinitely buy runes now. Or, you know, craft runes. I think it's like 20 times the rate or 25 times the rate or something. Something absurd, or 10 times, whatever it is. It's like such a huge margin that you need to do like anywhere from 10 to 20 times less rune crafting if you just offset it with money. And what other one did they delete? I'm trying to think. We could look at the skill list. I think those are the main ones that were like deleted without being deleted. Where the second you get to 99, you basically never need to touch it again. For the most part. So far, no skill like that feels like that in Brighter Shores. Fishing, cooking is probably the closest to that, but they're going to buff it in the future for sure. It's more so due to their lack of secondary purpose that makes them kind of bad. Because all they can do is make money. And there are only two money-making skills in the game without a secondary purpose beyond making money. Even Detective and Merchant still do. Because it looks like he's doing the grass in the corner. He just did whatever angle he's in. He didn't bother changing. There's one weird glitch with cueable action. It doesn't register the movement of your character correctly sometimes, in what direction it should be facing in. So it just defaults to whatever it was last facing and doesn't even bother changing it. It's a small bug with cueable action that they haven't patched out yet. It's just a visual bug though. But basically it forgets to update your character's direction they should be facing. And he simply just keeps facing whatever last direction he was doing. Alright, 2 more levels to go. And I think 2 more knowledge points will get us there as well. Not this next knowledge point, but the one after that. We should be good to go. And then we can say goodbye to this island for the next 2 years or so. Until content gets added here. Oh, is that a path I see over there, though? I do feel like they're going to add something branching from this area eventually. Worst comes to worst, whenever you do this boss, maybe you'll go back and forth every single time. Like after you kill the boss, this repeatable boss, whenever it is repeatable. It might bring you to the other side of the river each time you kill it. So you'll technically be brought to this room. It's just the other room you're never going to enter. But I really hope sometime this year they make this a repeatable boss. Like, it's already, like, what, 70% coded? We just gotta make it a little bit harder and everything. And actually add a drop table. And obviously make the fight a little bit harder. Compared to how it is now. It is one of my only concerns with early bosses in Brighter Shores, though. I do feel like a lot of them are going to be too easy. Like, obviously you kind of have to start somewheres with the game. And given that most players will be, like, you know, earlier on, generally speaking, you kind of do have to make them, like, a little bit lower curved. But that's the only really big downside I could really see when bosses do start coming out. Because I feel like you're just gonna be able to wipe them so easily. I don't think any of them are gonna be like too mechanically in depth. Like they'll be still fun and everything, but I think he's gonna go too deep with the mechanics and everything. We'll have to wait and see. Alright, one more level. Then we say goodbye to the island forever. Because we are not getting 500 Gatherer anytime soon, I can assure you that. So we got a 1.5 woodkin level so far. That's actually surprisingly high. That's one nice thing about doing almost anything in Hope Forest is there's almost always a tree like a few inches away from your given location at any given time. So you almost always route a free tree into almost anything you ever do. We have one more knowledge, and that should be 148. And then we move on to Bone Spike, and can we go further than that? I'm not sure if I want to get those leaks done. Though one interesting thing about that leak is that is the leak I need for my current cooking contracts. Meaning every leak task then becomes viable. Regardless of what number it says, even if it says like 10 of them. Well, ideally not 10. Though we could buy it all from the shop even if it is 10 though. Because we're already going to have the leaks bank, so we could buy 10 from the shop and still have enough inventory. So yeah, even a 10 we could start doing. Doesn't matter what it says for a number, we could do it. I think we're going to be getting to them quite today though. Because 148 was the main goal. But it is something to consider. As those cooking contracts become substantially better. And we get to hold on to them for them a little while as well. When do we need our next leak? Oh yeah, we don't need it for a while. I don't think the next leak is until like 190 something. Because I'm pretty sure the next leak is at 197. Which requires the 208 leak. So that's actually not bad. That means cooking every single last one of them would actually be viable. I'm definitely banking them all. I wonder how much it sells for. Let me go check the cooking thingy. Because that's actually not bad at all. Yeah, let me go check something. Not that. How do I go back? Oh no, it doesn't have the back for it. Okay, I'll open new tab then. Oh, it puts it all the way over there, doesn't it? No! Alright, there we go. What I want to go look for is... Wait, why did it not put it there? That's weird. There it goes. Alright, let's try this again. Why does it not let me click it, though? I'm so confused. It's so bugged right now. Steam, fix your browser! Why is it so incorrect? I just want to move the tab over. I was gonna go see how much profit you make per thing, minus the leak costs, since the leaks will be free. I want to see what the profit per would be. I can't even exit out anymore. It's like glitched. Alright, we bugged it. Not sure what happened, but it got very bugged. There we go. Alright, now I just need to get to the right page. It's got very, very, very bugged. Alright, what am I doing? I'm looking for, chef. No, not chef cape, just chef. Alright, how much is the leek pie thingy? Lower. I think this is how much it sells for. Is it really that low? Really? Only 2.8 each? Why is that so low? Maybe we don't do them then, gosh. Even after fully being processed, and that's not even counting the cost of the other supplies we need. We're only making like 2.5 then, if you subtract the other costs. Yeah, that's super not worth it then, other than for contracts. Like, it's still worth it for contracts, but beyond that, you wouldn't just mass make them otherwise. Their sell price is just way too low. I mean, I was expecting it to be way higher than that. Like 4 or 5 silver each, if not 6. But no, it's only 2.8. And it's not even accounting for the minus of the other supplies we need. Which is the raw chicken and the raw pastry. Which in combination is probably like 500 bronze or so. Or maybe even a whole silver. Like, our profit margin is only like 2 silver per leek that we store. That's actually really, really, really bad. And its XP rate per hour is probably not even that good either. Yeah, it's not. Bacon sandwich becomes better at 94. Why is that so? Why is cooking balanced so horribly? How do you make something like merchant skill, but then also make chef skill the way it is currently? I don't understand that. But yeah, never mind. We're barely gonna bank any of those. Maybe just like a couple hundred for the contracts, but that's about it. Because they sell for effectively 2 silver each. And are less XP by the time we hit 94 cooking. Which is less than like 10 levels above it. However, it does save us about 5 silver every single time we get a contract for it, though. So if we get a contract that's like 8 of them, then it saved us 40 silver. So in that regard, it's not that bad. But if you're looking at it just purely from profit, it's pretty bad. But when you're using it just to have to save money from your contracts, it's not as bad. If you're doing them for money, they're only like 2 silver each. But if you're doing them to save money, they're 5 silver each. Like, if you were forced to have to buy them when you do a contract, you're saving 5 silver. But if you're just mass cooking them, they're 2 silver. Something that definitely needs a bit of rebalancing in the future. Yeah, they'll get around to it eventually. Cooking needs a lot of small tweaks to it, just in general. Both as far as secondary purpose for it, but as well as just within the skill itself. Just kind of rebalancing some of the rates and everything. As well as the sell prices and a few other things with it. But I'll get to it eventually. Alright, this knowledge point should be the last one we need. Then we'll go bank one more whole thing of sage. Then we'll probably teleport over to Hopeport to go get cooking contracts. But the main reason I actually want to go there is to check how many more dock leaf I need. Which reminds me, I can actually go do that now then. I'll do it after the cycle. Because I'm going to have to do like 1 or 2 whole inventories of dock leaf anyways. So that I can keep up with how much sage we have. This will be the last cycle we need to do. And then we can say goodbye to here forever. Pick up our sage. Then double check how much we have in the bank. Then go get a little dock leaf. And then go do a cooking contract because I think we finally have a perfect set. I could probably delete the 4 over there. Because we're getting about 1,000 each. XP. Oh no, we'll see. See what we get on our message board. Might have to keep it. I kept it as a backup in case everything on our next message board is bad in general. Alright, this will be the last time we need to go take sage. Boom. Alright, we're out of here. Say goodbye to this room forever. We never need to come back here. Until they add more content here. Or until we get 500 Gatherer. Though there's a higher chance they'll add content there before we would get 500 Gatherer, that's for sure. They will probably add content there within the next 2 years before we would get 500 Gatherer. So I assume them adding that would come first. Alright, let me go check, the main thing I wanted to come here to check other than the cooking board. But the real reason I'm here is, I want to see how much dock leaf I need. I want to see if I got 1 inventory or more than 1. Yeah, I only got 1. I need 2 then. Because I should have 3 sets of, what's it called? Yep, 3 sets of sage. Alright, exactly 69. But yeah, I need 2 more sets of sage then. Alright, before we go do that, let me go check my cooking contracts. I'm not going to do them right now. But I just want to check where we're at. And then we got to get 2 full inventory of dock leaf then. And that should get us to 148 Gatherer. Alright, these are all awful, except for that one. Give me that one. Actually, the other one's not as bad. I don't have the lease for it yet, though. I guess we take it. Oh, it's all the way at the north, though. He's a really annoying location for how much little extra we get. Anyways, let's go finish what we need to go do. So 2 inventories of dock leaf. And then we don't have to deal with either of these for quite a long time. And that'll be enough for 69 potions then. Oh, I am going the wrong way. I'm going literally into nothing. Didn't realize my camera angle was facing that way. Hey, someone's actually doing dock leaf with us. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do dock leaf. So I'm doing in like the weirdest order possible. Because the issue with dock leaf is there's a lot of downtime. Because these trees are real, or fake trees. They're not actually trees. They're decoration. We got plastic trees in here. That's the main reason I didn't really do that much stock leaf. But we gotta go do 2 more inventories now. And we never need to touch them again. Is there nothing we can touch node-wise even nearby? The best we could do is like 1 oak tree if we go a mile away. That's the closest thing we have as an option, which is so bad. But yeah, my best bet is to chop down 1 single oak tree in that room. And then run all the way back. I guess we could do it. It's better than nothing, I guess. Why'd you gotta put this on woodcutting, oddly enough? Just to get a little bit closer. Because we need 71 to be able to do the next tree. Alright, let's go get the 1 singular oak tree. Where even is the 1 singular oak tree? Oh, it is way too far. Why is that so bad? Why do they make stock leaf so abysmal? There's not a single thing you can do in the downtime. Other than just wait. That's quite literally your only option. Since these trees are fake. Alright, 1 more inventory and we should be good to go. Now let's see. Can we skip this room? I'm gonna try doing a wide thing here for once. No! Should have waited 0.325 seconds or whatever it is on his 1 tile. And then moved. I hate that corner so much. There is no room I despise more than that room at that exact corner. That should be the last inventory we need. And then we can go back to the bone zone. It's also the last time we need a sickle until like level 264, 246 forager. And after 246 you don't need it again till like 400 something. There we go, 148. One more cycle and we're out of here. Probably go do the cooking contracts then. Oh, also our dailies are going to be ready soon too. Perfect timing. Dailies are ready in 4.5 minutes. So we can get the dailies, get our cooking contracts in. And then we can go back to the bone zone. So we already reached our goal. But we're definitely going to keep going. I kind of underestimated how quickly we'd get to that goal. I kind of forgot. Things under level 200 level pretty quickly, don't they? I've been doing so many post 200 lately that when we go back to pre 200, it's like, oh yeah, XP rates are actually absurdly quick now, aren't they? There's still skills we can get up very quickly. Like basically pick any production skill that, or pick anything that isn't a production skill that is under level 200 and it'll do all the speed run levels. Not mining? Yeah, mining's a little slow. It's not as slow as like smithing or bone right or something though. Like it's slow, but it's not that slow. It's gonna be the problem with doing Fisher. Fisher is really, really slow like that. It has the annoyance of having to go around everywhere. Let's go do our cooking contracts and then we'll go do our dailies. Yeah, I've been saving all my material in case it's used for armor making. I did use all my material for stonemason though. Alright, let me go get the 2 pots. I'm gonna pre-pot. Actually, I might need 3 actually. Because I'm gonna need 2 for the run. There's no way we make that in one go. Century, new tap. Yeah, there's no way you do that in one go. I'm gonna triple pot this then. Alright, let me go buy everything we need. We'll go do our cooking contract. So, we need, what is this? 1 oyster and 7, no, sorry, yeah, 1 oyster, 2 eel, and 7, whatever it's called. The ray thingy. Tier 2 ray. Alright, 1 oyster. Check. 7 ray? And 2 eel. Yeah, that should be everything. And now we need 1 lemon to go with you. 2 jellies to go with you. And then whatever on earth we need for the other mess. I did not mean to buy 12. I forgot that button's there. I'm just gonna sell them. Rep profit. Let's see. Anyways. Our 1. Let's see. I need 2 of you. Four of you. Is that it? But I feel like I'm forgetting something. Is that really all we need? Sure looks like it. Yeah, I believe we can cook everything just with what we have in our inventory right now. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't believe we are. Definitely feels like we are, but I'm pretty sure we're not. Alright, now we just go prep every item, drink a potion, and then go double drink it for the run. And I'll probably just do one big sweep through the whole thing. Hey, Shore Central was here as well. Still on that grind. Yep, one of our daily's done. No worries, we'll take you right after our cooking run. Alright, that should be everything prepped, and then we just have to cook. Alright, let's double check if we have a good task here or not. Oh, it's still 54 seconds. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, let me go cook everything then. Oh, Vorpal's in third now. Who did he to overtake? Also, I just went down a billion ranks. Oh, because people are probably unhidden now. Yeah, Patricio, Umbi, and everyone. I was gonna say, not that many people passed this. It's because, I was gonna say. That was because the people were hidden or unhidden. Or a couple of them. Any good tasks? No, they're all awful. They're all horrifically bad. Anyways, next order of business. Let's go turn them in. Let's go do one big circle. Enchantress, Scrap Merchants, Century, Annie, Scrap Merchants. So it looks like we're starting at James Newtap and then walking around. Then we'll go Enchantress, then we'll go for the ship. Then we'll go double Scrap into Century. Hello, Newtap. Alright, what on earth is the order that we're doing here? Or who needs what? Okay, we start with fried eel. Or fried, whatever it's called. That one. Alright, now let's figure out who's next. Enchantress, you are... sausage and mash? Oh, you can head into the third table. Nice. Alright, now we go over to the ship. Yeah, Little Lucy should be over here. Then we double turn in Scrap Merchant, then we go do the other thing all the way in the corner. There's no way we get there with only one, though. Your level 23 pickaxe, 2 more to go? Nice. Yeah, I'm still heavily considering the 50 rush. Even over getting, like, the other forager items. I just use pickaxe so much more. Because I'm considering that's what I start putting all my gold into now. Hey, what do I need for this? I don't even remember. Little Lucy is sausage? Yeah. And then we turn everything except for the... Oh, wait, I'm forgetting an item. No, I'm not. Never mind. We're fine, we're fine. They both look similar. Okay, we're turning everything but the fin to the Scrap Merchant. And then we pot up just one time for the sentry all the way in the corner. Because it's too far away to get in one run. Right, use item on. Use item on. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Alright, and then we just talk to the guy over here and we are done. Fortunately, no cooking level, but got half a level. There we go. Nice. Alright, so next order of business. Let's go get our potions back. Which I actually could have grabbed before I did the run, but oh well. Here we go, do our dailies. And then back to the forest we go. And then we can start bone zoning again. You know what? I should probably buy some more. Where are the XP pot? That should be enough. Alright. Let's go head over there. I'm gonna go do the dailies real quick though. You've been doing the same granite since 60 and you're 68, now you wonder how much you banked? Probably a lot. Should be about several hundred. I remember most of granites I got at least like 5, 6, 700. Like around 5 or 600. Around that level range. Assuming you weren't putting knowledge into it. Alright, where am I going? I'm gonna go to Chronopolis Market. You want to go for leaderboard for stonemason? Nice. I'm probably gonna naturally get it for smithing at some point. Just because I plan to keep getting it up as we have been. So there's a chance I might accidentally get it for smithing. Because I do plan to go to 500 probably in the next 6 months. This really comes down to our 200 people or 20 people gonna do that within that time. Because they're not that far off. And I still have some XP banked as well. I haven't even cashed in yet. Alright, back to the forest. Dailies have been completed. Cooking contracts have been completed. There's nothing to distract us from the forest for the rest of the stream. Or forest locked. As I believe we have no reason to ever leave for the rest of the duration of this stream. There they are, the 148s. Let's go get that first time bonus. I just realized, can you double spawn the top right one? Ooh. Wonder if I'll get unintentional, intentional double spawn. Oh, both these are manual click, aren't they? That's kind of annoying. Let's see. As long as the other one doesn't spawn in time. I think I can double grab this. Dude, how a new respawn system works. Hello? It didn't respawn? Okay, weird. Might have grabbed it too late. I think the main thing that made it off was the XP boost that we did. Or, you know, the knowledge point. Hey, what level bone rate is this? We need 140. Look at that. We got 141. One step ahead of you, bone. Now, the real question is, what is the next bone, though? Gosh, these are so far away. Why are they 100 miles away from each other? This is definitely the worst bone in the game. By far. The distance between each bone is just so far. Oh, how did I miss that? Just walked right past it. Oh, we got a banker. Oh, nope, he's not a banker. He's pretending to bank it and didn't bank. I do plan to bank them. This is one tier below the really good ones, though. So these are still kind of lame to bank. It's way better to just drop them. I'm still banking them, though. This is the last really bad bone. Every bone here fourth is decent. As far as what it can be crafted into. This is the last one that is not worth banking. Yeah, but we're still banking all of them. It's not going to stop me. This is the last bone that isn't worth banking, though. So I don't care if we save a tile for both the two other clicks. I'm just going to click on them with auto queue. It's just so much easier this way. We do lose 2 tiles though, 1 per bone. Where's the other bone? There it is. Oh, no! Doing it that way made it not queue. Wait, that's weird. Wait. That's weird. If you do it in the submenu, it breaks your queue. Even though it's the same action you would normally do. But because it's like a menu in a menu, it breaks your queue when you do it. Even though it's the same action we're already doing. Just to click on gather. Yeah, those bears are really annoying in that room. There's a lot of people fight it like right on top of the bone. Oh, so at this rate, it looks like we're just gonna get the leaks. We get them at 153. Might as well. Seem to be heading there anyways. Plus, the best tree I could do right now is the U tree right next to them as well. Technically, there's U trees here, but there's not enough downtime to grab any. Wow. Why? 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 He's like level 300, 400 something scout. As a Cryo Knight. Why though? But why? Why? What am I looking at? He saw the combats and was like, I'm gonna be a scout. He's done nothing but just spam scout. For any of you who don't know, this is like the worst region to do Cryo Knight for. As far as combat. Like, you can't pick a worse region. Zone 1 would be the best. Zone 3 would be the second best. Or potentially even best. That's a lot of advantages there too. Like both Zone 1 and 3 are both really absurdly good options. 4 is fine, because technically every single class is pretty good in 4. But there's a pretty nice sewer place where you could do it for Cryo Knight. But this is by far the worst location you could ever do it for. And that's like the only thing he's done. Interesting choice. But it's currently the worst region to get 500 combat on as a Cryo Knight. You could do the boss room for use and bones and never come out. Yeah, you could just drop them and do an infinite loop on them. That would imply dropping everything, though. I know, should we? How many have we banked? I wish it would tell me when I go there how many I've banked. I want like a couple hundred. I'll probably keep doing this until about like 150. And then just camp that room forever. And just drop everything to the ground. Because I need the woodcutting XP as well. I do want to bank at least like 200 of these, though. But if we do this to 150 and then camp the room, it'd be fine. Because by then we should have a couple hundred. The struggle of clicking on this goat horn. There's like 2 bears that try to guard it constantly. This is by far the worst bone in the game. Both in usability as well as in location. It's also the most spread out bone of any bone. That guy really wants the 500 Scout Cape. I do have to say, it does look pretty clean with the coloration and everything, though. He's definitely doing it purely for the cape, though. It's kind of weird is I get re-servered every time I come into this room. The main reason for this is there's a limit to how many people you can have in a combat room. And I think this room's limit is like 4 or 5. That's why we keep getting re-servered whenever we get into this room. This 4 or 5 is the max capacity. But because it has both gathering and combat, it, you know, has like a weird fluctuating number. There's a bunch of people keep pathing into it through gathering, which overfills it because it's a combat room. That's why you'll see like sometimes more people in this room, like when we saw 5 or 6 earlier. But the other one can only hold like 4 or 5. Whereas this room right here can hold like 20 people. But in this room is like a 4 or 5 cap. Yeah, I think I'll bank one more inventory after this one, and then we'll just camp the one room. I just wanted a few more than 0. But yeah, this is the last, like, really dead bone. So it's not really worth banking. I just want to have some amount in the bank more than none. What's kind of funny is since we have leaks after this bone, we can actually, when we bank the last inventory, just go straight to leak. Since it's, like, right there. So this will technically be the second to last inventory bank. The last one in this set until we start spamming the other room. But I guess the real question is this room or the other room better yew tree location? It's hard to tell. This one has how many yew trees? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 yew trees. All of them in like a jump though. Now what is this room? Alright, 2 ground trees. 3 ground trees. Yeah, this room's definitely better then. They both have 4 yews, but all of them are grounded except for that one. And given how the cycle works, you might even be able to just skip the one that isn't grounded. And take only the grounded trees. Alright, final bank. And then we'll go just start dropping them all. There should be about, like 170 something banked. And then we'll get 23 more when we go head over to leak. By the time we have 153. And then leak go from 153 till... Gosh, are we gonna be able to double bone today? Sure looks like it. We're almost at the really, really good one too. The bone spike. This is pretty much like the whole reason we did Gatherer, by the way. Is basically Bone Spike. Like, 95% of the reason we trained Gatherer is for Bone Spike. The 166 tier 4 Bone Spike. Is like the only reason we even got our Gatherer level above like 50. Is for that exact item right there. And we're almost there. We're not gonna hit it today, but we're almost there. That's pretty much the only reason we even trained Gatherer. Then for our boost potions for Cryo Knight. But the main reason was for the tier 4 Bone Spike. Main reason it's relevant is it makes a 199 Bone Right weapon. And is by far the most accessible thing by quite a mile. Main reason for it is the bank is so close. And the log you need for is also, like, right on top of it. And equally as close to a bank. It's pretty much 0 time to bank it. Not literally 0 time, but it's effectively 0 time. It's 1 tile away. It's about as 0 time as you're gonna get. Yeah, will this bone spawn in time is the question. Or do I have to take all 4 trees? If it doesn't spawn in the next, like, 3 seconds, that means we gotta take all 4. Yeah, we gotta take all 4. I see. Oh, this room's gonna be really AFK then. If we could get a good camera angle. This place's camera angle is awful, though. It is so hard to click on everything. Oh, this room's super AFK then. And the best part is, this is the best tree I could be doing right now, and the best gathering thing I could be doing right now. So double dipping. Only big downside is I'm using a level 0 two-hand saw. But our rake is level 25. And then we just drop everything and we're good to go. And then repeat the cycle. There, it's gonna drop everything. As much as it pains me to drop the bone. Technically use our worth a little penny as well. And then you just repeat the cycle. Oh, the other tree hasn't spawned yet, though. That's kind of awkward. Because the first tree respawned all the trees before we actually cut the final tree because you trees take so long. It's kind of funny because normally other trees, that wouldn't be the case. We probably would have been able to cycle it. But because it's a yew tree, it takes so long to cut. So our cycles on tree will always be a little weird. Like, we'll always be able to click all 4 bones, but we're only going to be able to click some of the trees. We'll still be able to get all 4, we just can't queue all 4 properly. And the main reason that's happening is not only do yew trees take longer to cut, but they still have the quicker respawn that trees have compared to other nodes. Which just leads to that weird conflict. Yep, 68 woodcutting. 3 more and we can get to a real tree. Hello, tree. We need you. Only slight issue with this is we do gain a little bit less gathering XP per hour. Or we're making up for it with a little bit of woodcutting. It says less gather than just taking the other bone only, though. Though it is definitely way easier. Just click everything in the room and just wait. Good old queuable action. Does that look good? Welcome, welcome. You're about to do 10 hours of merchant just for the quick knowledge point to get through stonemason, deathstone zone. Yeah, that happens a lot. There's a lot of dead zones in stonemason due to deathstone. As well as just the not mining enough in general from the level range. Even if you process everything you get from mining, it's sometimes not enough to get through a level range. Yeah, every single deathstone, you can never even mine enough. Even if you were to mine all of it, it doesn't even give you enough XP. Yeah, I know, you already got 500 merchant. Well, that's kind of why I've been doing them, like, alongside each other as well, when I was doing it. So whenever we need to, like, skip a level range, we can. Like, whenever I need to skip a bone right level range, I'm either going to go do a bunch of mining or go do merchant. Mining because it's the same region, and merchant because it's good. It's really good at skipping level ranges. Because the bone after this, I don't have the bone rate level to do. This one I do, but the bone after this one I don't. Yeah, we're so close to the golden age of Gatherer. All of this has led up to the 166. I know, do we just go all in for 166 today? We might just do it. How long would that take if I keep putting XP into the thing? So we're gaining a little over 3 levels an hour. Ah, that's like 7 hours though. Do I feel like doing Gatherer for 7 more hours? Is basically the question. If the answer is yes, we can get it done today. Like the whole goal of why we even started to gather a grind. I think what we'll do is a compromise. Because I do want to go a little bit deeper, but not, I don't think, that deep. Maybe we go for 161. That means we would have double boned today. We would have gone to the goat horn, and then all the way to ram's horn as well. So we would have gotten 2 bone unlocks instead of 1. And then that leaves us next time we do gather to actually go get the bone spikes. Both the level range and the bone spikes themselves. These 5 levels is like nothing whenever we do want to go for that. Who knows, maybe even immediately. It depends if he doesn't update yet. I'm really hoping he does an update tomorrow that kind of pivots us a little. But if not, that might be the plan. Even though that'd be back-to-back Gatherer streams, but it'd be the goal we've been trying for pretty much the entire time with getting Gather up. Other than just getting 200 for the sake of it. But the real reward for getting 200 is 166 bone spike. As I will need, like, thousands upon thousands of them. Like, even tens of thousands. They're probably the most useful bone right material in the entire game. Especially as a guardian. It's even more relevant if you're not a guardian. As guardians get, like, one weapon from it. Every non-guardian gets infinite weapon upgrades from it. Oh no, I just realized I shouldn't have taken that bone. Now I'm in a really weird cycle for the bone zone. Oh no. I shouldn't have taken that bone. Because now the respawn's gonna be kind of weird. Because now they're based on that bone instead of this bone. The easiest way to fix it would be to skip the bone this time. There we go. Queued up the entire room. Alright, we're back in cycle now. All is fixed. We're now back in full cycle. I'm still putting all knowledge into Gatherer right now. Because that should get us pretty much exactly to 71 woodcutting. Doing this to 153, then doing the use in the other area. But we're still going to get even more after that, because then we do the brambles in the other area. Because I'm not going to do the combat, because I can't kill a 110 consistently. I also want to go train Mind Fighter a little. Because the only way I can throw this into the mix is if I can kill the 110 with 100% accuracy. Which I don't think we can. Not level at 100 in Argear. Argear is not bad, but it's not that good either. To kill something 10 levels higher than this. With a neutral weapon. Yeah, the camera angle in this room is so bad. Wish I could just lock it to the center of the room. But whenever you use like that unlocked camera system, it seems to never do what I want it to do. So I just never turn it on. Because what I would want to do is just keep the camera just perfectly centered in the room. So it doesn't keep following our player. But doing the detached camera option doesn't do that for some reason. Guess I'm using it wrong. It keeps still following the player. Because this is one room where it'd be very beneficial to just max zoom out and just look at the center of the room. There's just so many nodes you can't click properly when it keeps dragging to your location. Like right now you could barely even click the other corner. This in particular, it's like impossible to even get that bone over there. It's like all the way over there. Luckily we already clicked it though. I think it's that one wall like forces your camera up into an angle where you can't click the other corner. Yeah, I think that's our end goal then. 161 Gatherer. That seems like a nice in-between. That means we would have moved up 2 bones in one stream. Normally we only have a 1 bone goal. And that should also get us to 71 wood cutting. Which gets us to Ash Tree. Which I believe is the first tier 3 tree? Should be the first tier 3. Because these are still tier 2 at the moment. Tier 3 is still dead area, though. Doesn't get good until Tier 4. And the only one issue with Tier 4, though, is the Ash Planks do not make Tier 4 shield. Only the Femur and the weird goat horn other thing it does. Well, never mind. Ash Tree's still wood, then. Never mind. It's the bones that they're attached to. Because I forgot, you only ever need Ash for shield. I was thinking of the bones corresponding to them. Like, this one that we're doing right now doesn't. But the other 3 bones do. Oops, the other thing hasn't respawned yet. Oh, now we're going to be weirdly off cycle, then. I should grab that bone already. This might ruin our cycle. Yeah, it does. No! I hate how off the tree spawns compared to the bone spawn is. Because they both have a different timer. And they keep desyncing from each other. Even though all the trees are sharing a timer and all the bones are sharing a timer, the trees have a quicker respawn than the bones. Anytime that happens, the easiest way to fix it is just skip the corner bone. Or any bone. It should put us back in cycle. Another level for the pile. Oh, that was pretty delayed. Did we really keep the chain going for that long? Already at like 1/4 for level, and it's just now notifying me of the previous level. And none of that was from knowledge. That was just a chain that kept going. It doesn't notify you until the end of the chain. Like when you break the chain. Too bad knowledge points didn't work like that. It'd be so much more convenient. Any news today? Nope. They're still working hard on whatever they're working on. Tomorrow will be the 1 week mark of no patch. So we'll see if we finally get something. And right now we're just trying to gather into time. And if there is no patch tomorrow, we finally get to the really good bone. The 166 bone spike. Today we're just going to go for 161. Because that'll be 2 bone upgrades in one stream then. And then if we do tomorrow, unless we pivot to whatever the update is. Probably going down the bone spike route. So we could finally make 199 bone rate stuff. Obviously not immediately. Because our bone rate's not level 199. That is ultimately what we would be using for all of our weapon upgrades for the rest of the time. Until we need like post 200 stuff. But I don't plan to do post 200 bone rate. At least not immediately. I would sooner do post 200 wood cutting and carpentry than I would bone rate. Which is probably the game plan, like, way down the line. Like, once we're getting closer to, like, 500 smithing. Is also work on that 500 woodcutter or carpenter. Initially, I'll be keeping at 200. But eventually, those would be, like, the first ones we would raise that aren't mining smithing. Like, I would raise woodcutting carpenter before I would raise bone rate stonemason, personally. Especially since my 2 alts are planning to do the other 2. The bone rate and stonemason grind. But at 200, we'll be able to do the 199s. And then just lock down wood mining, blacksmith, woodcutting, carpentry. What happens to all in on leather? We were for a little bit. We still are. I just need to go cash it out. We're just trying to use some of the money that we got. Or, you know, some of the upgrades that we got from the money that we got from Leatherworker. Okay, 2.5 more gather levels, then we can finally go get all of our leeks banked. One of the interesting things about leeks is at least we won't need them for cooking contracts for a while. As every leek that we use on a cooking contract is about 5 silver saved. Which for how close the bank is not that bad. Especially for a pre-200 resource. By the time we reach 153, we should be at about 69.5. And I'm hoping in our 3 or 5 leak levels, we end up getting the rest then. Worst comes to worst, there is some woodcutting XP we can gain while doing ram horn. If we go for the bramble rather than the unit kill. Which this time around we're probably doing due to our guard level not being high enough. I mean mind fighter. So probably gonna do the extra bramble for the woodcutting XP rather than the combat XP. I'm not sure how many brambles I can do before we need to get back in cycle. But we'll find out when we do it. Because I want to do the exact amount of bramble to maximize our gather XP while we're doing it. Grab like the absolute minimum. Or maximum, whatever you want to call it. The lowest amount that we could take. While still be able to make it back in cycle. Or sorry, the highest amount that we could take. While still being in cycle for the other thing. That's something I still haven't checked yet. What do we need for Ramhorn tier 4? It is level 154 bone rate. That's good to know. Yeah, the bone after this is 154. Which means after I dunk all these, let's be generous and say it gets us to 143. I would still need to go knowledge 11 bone rate levels to be able to use our next bone. And that one we're also not going to get a lot of. The true one that we really need is, we basically have the knowledge all the way up to this number. Whatever this number says. This is our like most important bone rate number that isn't 199. Is 168. We basically have the knowledge from 141 to 168, gaining only like 5 levels maybe from bones, if that. Almost all that has to come from knowledge. Well, back to Leatherworker. Do Leatherworker and throw it on the bone rate. Yeah, that's pretty much the game plan then. Once we get up to like 166 gather, is barely even touch the bone spikes, but then go all in on trying to get to 168 bone rate. Which entails dunking everything we have and knowledging the rest. aka knowledging like 90% of it. And I'd probably do that when we do 210 Leatherworker. And just dump all the knowledge in the bone rate. Up 69 woodcutting, nice. Unfortunately, 2 levels away from something that's actually useful. Gosh, I haven't taken a cough drop in a while. Not sure why, I'm a little more coffee today. I was a little nippy when I went walking the other day, though. Which might have been what did it. The cold got to me. If I can open it, gosh. Why is this thing so hard to open? These things are normally like so easy to open. There it goes. It's like a little puzzle box trying to open that thing. It looks like we're about 3 knowledge points away from what I could tell. And then we can get all of our cooking leaks finally. It took long enough. It's kind of insane. This is for like a level 80 something dish or 70 something dish. You need like 153 gatherer for it. We barely even need it for that much longer either based on where our cooking level is. But at least it will help us with the contracts around that time. Of which we currently have none because we just ran all of them. Oh, so trees, you want to respawn? There you go. Thank you. Also, suspicious random hole in the middle of nowhere. They're definitely going to be doing some kind of quest or something with that. There's just 2 random holes that lead to nowhere. As if you can, like, crawl into a cave, but then it doesn't go anywhere. It's not like there's a room right over there. Seems like a quest location or boss or something in the future. Probably a quest because there's 2 of them, though. If there's only one, it'd be like, oh yeah, there's probably going to be a boss room eventually. But there's actually 2 of them. The other one's in the other bone room. North right there. That little thing leads to another room that doesn't currently exist. Oh no, the notification is going to keep popping up, isn't it? I'm going to have to manually do these. Oh, so hello and welcome. Hope all's been well. Actually, I think I saw your comment on something earlier. On, oh gosh, what's his name? I can't say his name, I forgot. It would be kind of censored on YouTube. But the 25 guy. You know the one. He was doing another video dissing Brighter Shores again. Which is kind of funny. Why don't we put this in together? There we go. Yeah, he really wants to hate Brighter Shores. Yeah, when I get back into old school RuneScape, I'm gonna have to read like 3 months of changelogs. I haven't read a single update that's happened to old school since Brighter Shores came out. Everything from the new Era of quest that came out, all the way until the speed run energy change that happened today. Every single patch in between that time, I have no clue what happened. Luckily, they didn't do too much because of leagues. So the update's been pretty late within that 2-month period. 2.5. I do want to get back to streaming it occasionally, though. Is our last stream for Old School RuneScape, like just Old School RuneScape? Obviously, we still do a Brighter Shore stream that day. But the last time we've done, like, any, like, just Old School RuneScape stream has been 3 months. It was like a month before Brighter Shores even came out. During that stream, I said we'd probably be, like, ultra addicted to Brighter Shores for a while. I was not wrong. Still are. Because you do have, like, a little bit of technically a collection log series going on. Just streams, though. I haven't been, like, editing it down into anything. There's currently top 25 for hardcores. They're adding a cool leaderboard thingy for it this year as well. In a couple months. Because there's been third-party leaderboards for it, but there's no official one. But it's finally coming early this year. No official date yet, though. Because it's probably one of the things I like to do most in that game at this point. Try to go for collection log. Which is basically like every unique item in the game. Last I checked, I think we're like rank 18 or something. Maybe even higher. Problem is it's currently an opt-in system like how Brighter Shores is. So it's hard to tell if you're actually that rank. And because it's opt-in, you don't have to opt out. So if you have like a dead hardcore, it still shows your score even if you're dead. Yeah, they're adding an equipable staff and shield. I really want the dragon one. I think you need 1,200 for it. I'm at 904 right now. It shouldn't be that hard. Because as more time goes on, it becomes increasingly easier to get. As I believe only the gilded one keeps upgrading itself. As in, like, how many collection logs you need for it. I believe the dragon one is a static 1,200, even if they add, like, another 500 to the game. So over time, it'll just get increasingly easier to get. Because by the time it gets released, they'll probably have, like, 1,000-ish. But as they keep doing more updates, it just keeps getting easier. Without even barely going out of our way for it. Last I checked, if the dragon staff was to exist today, the dragon collection log staff, I believe only one alive hardcore would currently have it. Let me go double check. Because I believe it was 1,200 non-upgrading. Because only the gilded one does. Yeah, there's one alive hardcore that would have it right now. Only one in the entire game. So I kind of wanted to be a goal of ours to go and get it. By the time we do get it, there'll be probably like 10 to 15 to 20 people that have it by then. But currently, if it was to exist today, only one hardcore alive that is alive would have it right now. It's actually giving a surprisingly high amount of woodcutting XP. Something I didn't really factor in when doing this method. Which makes sense because we're taking half trees. I would sure hope we're getting good woodcutting XP. Half of what we're taking each tree. It's not like we're doing like an 8-1 or an 8-2. We're doing a 4-4. It's literally 1-to-1. Because normally whenever we're doing like gather plus something else, at most it's like 2 trees. But the cycle actually goes exactly 1-to-1. Which is a little bit worse for gatherer, but is really good for the woodcutting. Because it's more than double the ratio we normally have. Actually, normally the ratio is like 1-to-4. We're all the way at 1-to-1, so it's like 4 times better than normal. That's probably why it feels like we're getting so much woodcutting XP. It's about 4 times more XP than we would normally get with any other gatherer cycle that we normally do. Hey, Ratsplat's here. What's kind of funny is I'm pretty sure we're both at the same gatherer level right now. This has happened multiple times already. Because I believe we both keep putting off gatherer equally. And it feels like whenever one of us does gather, the other one also does. Let me go check. I'm gonna make a bet he's almost our exact level right now. Yep. I knew it. I'm not sure why. We always do gather at the exact same time. This happened at almost every level range already. But yep, he's doing it. That's interesting. Why is he going all in on Chef, of all things? He's really banking on Chef getting buffed. I never noticed that. That or he just really loves doing his hourly contracts. Because that's like a really weird amount of Chef and fishing level. I guess technically Forager too, because he's not a Hammer Mage, he's a Cryo Knight. So Forager is a little bit less relevant. Unless he initially started doing just that. Like, you know, Zone 1 and then kind of spreading out. Like, the cooking makes sense because the hourly cooking contracts and everything. The fishing makes sense because it's supporting it. Oh, he probably needed Forager for the potatoes. So they can keep doing cooking. Now the question is, why cooking? I guess he's really banking on that buff. Then he just likes doing the hourly contract. Because it is the most efficient way to get to 500 cooking. Is literally only do contracts and nothing else. Like literally contract all the way from like level 10 to 500. Doing nothing but contracts. Most people don't do that. But it is the most efficient way to get to 500. Used to do literally nothing but hourly contracts for cooking. Oh, he's going for a Hopeport rank after 200 all? Okay, that makes sense. Hello. Yeah, I'm not sure what my pivot is after 200 all. Assumably it would be Mines and Matubin grind. Working towards 500 mining and 500 smithing. Not all the way to it, but you know, getting number bigger than it is now. Definitely not power grinding to 500, 500. That would take forever. Not a single person even has 500 smithing yet. And a lot of people who power mined 500 mining dropped a lot of their ore. So they're not much closer to 500 smithing either. I'm not sure if there's ever going to be a chapter in this game where I'm going to 500 all. I just now realized that. If they ever had a 500 all keep to an area, I can't think of a single area that currently exists where I'd want to do that in. Because Mines and Matubin would take way too long. I'll probably do 500 mining and smithing, but those are probably the only two 500s we'll ever have there. Chronopolis would probably be the most realistic target. Because we eventually need 500 leatherworker for armor maker. We need 500 merchant to be able to do 500 leatherworker. And then the other two are free. So if we were to do it in one, it would be Chronopolis for sure. Because we're already going to need two of them to be 500 for 500 armor maker. That being, of course, merchant and leatherworker. And at that point, detective is so free. Especially if the combat reworks makes it good. Because if you can respec your stats and make yourself weaker in a chapter, so that you could fight lower level enemies, it is going to be so good for detective. Or for raid dens, because you can just set your level to be like the exact range you need to like consistently live, but not be over leveled. You just like constantly stay at that threshold. Not sure if you'll be able to do that, but if you could, that is going to be so broken. If that's what respec lets you do. Like basically lower your level in a region instead of, you know, upping it. Just so you can camp like the exact perfect range for a raid den. Or for any enemy you're fighting, or for future bosses if they're only one single level range and not like multiple tiers. Because that'd be a way to fix bossing if they do only want one and not like 10, or you know, not like 6 different tiers of a boss. But if they only want one singular boss, if you could respec your stats down to it, that would actually work out really well. If they release like a level 200 boss, but you're like level 400 in the region. I do feel like all bosses will be 6-tiered, though. I'll have to wait and see. Because currently no bosses are tiered at all. Like, if you go to a quest boss over-leveled, you will just absolutely obliterate it. Oh no, the misclick. I was trying to click on the node. Oddly enough, that's the first misclick we've had. Where we broke our queue due to a walk misclick. I'm surprised in this entire stream so far, that's the first time we did that. In 4.5 hours, it's our first walk misclick. Because these bones are really easy to miss with their weird hitbox. Especially some of the other ones, because you can click them right in the middle. And sometimes they'll click, but other times they'll make you do a walk. These are a little bit different shapes, so it doesn't happen as often. But some of them have like a really big gap in the middle. This one somewhat does. But they're really thick on the side, so it's not as big a deal. But some of them have like a gigantic hole in the middle, and sometimes it lets you click, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of weird. They're a little finicky. But the problem is if it makes you do a walk instead of a grab, then it breaks your whole queue. You can fix this by not making your left click walk. But you'd have to go and switch to option. Yeah, we're almost there. One more knowledge point and then the rest of the XP and we should be good to go. So we've definitely been slacking. There's been like another like 3 people who've passed this recently. Not counting all the people showing up. Like Shuno. And Sharon, I believe. Definitely Shuno. Shuno did this like a day ago. And are already like 60 up on us. Because I haven't played as much in like the last 2 days. Or honestly, even just this year in general. I think my average per day has gone down to like 8-ish hours a day. Down from like 14-ish. It was mostly New Year's that really ruined me. My sleep schedule is still not back to normal yet. Even though I've been having a good year so far, my sleep schedule has been awful this year. So far. It's kind of crazy how big of a difference slightly more time makes, though. Like around 8 hours a day compared to 14. There's only been 2 days and they're like 60 up on us now. This is one of the reasons I never really cared about going for a leaderboard for the most part. There's always be people who will play more than you. You can play for 20 hours and there'll be someone playing for like 23. Yep, 70 woodcutting. One more, and we can actually do woodcutting again. Same in Gems of War? Why have you been playing less in Gems of War? Or are you talking about the people on leaderboard that are like all the way at top PvP? Who are probably doing it for like 18 hours a day? I don't know how people do that. There's been some people who've consistently done like 12, 18 hours a day for PvP in Gems of War. Like on a regular basis. Not just like as a one-off kind of week kind of thing. Like, I do PvP in various games, but I generally don't go, like, that heavy into PvP. Like, it's something I engage with in any game that has PvP, But I'm generally not someone who, like, farms PvP, like, non-stop. Even in Brighter Shores, like, we're definitely going to engage with PvP. But I assure you, we won't even be anywhere near top 100 leaderboard. Might even be, like, rank 1,000 or something. Because of how little we'll be doing it. I do plan to do it, though. Just not, like, a huge, huge amount. The two main things that would make me change my mind on that is if you get unique cosmetics from it, and or cool PvP gear that you can only use in PvP. Just to try out all the gear. Because the first time around, the Ancient Warrior equipment he had, it was pretty fun. The special attacks on them is mostly what made them. Because technically, if there is PvP weapons and armor, that is also technically cosmetic overrides in a sense. Because if you're not doing something combat related like right now, you could technically be wearing it around. You just wouldn't be able to use it in combat. But you'd still be able to visually wear it around. Okay, based on our current trajectory for these, I think we do Gather potentially again tomorrow if there's no update. Otherwise, we do whatever the update pivot is. But after that, I think we do Leatherworker all the way until we can do Bone Rite. Because there's going to be so many holes in our Bone Rite level. And one of the better ways to fill it would be just to cash in on our Leatherworker finally. Because we can cash in all the way to 210. Oh no. How can I unqueue everything? There we go. I forgot a bone somehow. I haven't done that yet. Somehow forgot an entire bone. I wish there was a way to unqueue like one thing. What if I click this tree again? If I click this tree, no, you can't unqueue it. Alright, one more gatherer level and we can move on to leeks. Each leek saves us about 5.5 silver every time we do a cooking contract with it. Plus we already have it pre-banked, so you don't have to go to the shop to go do it. Then chestnuts we can kind of ignore. I don't know, maybe I do one inventory of them. I think they're for one of the arbory potions. Can't remember if it's plus 70 or plus 80. We need to go double check. Regardless, we'll probably grab one inventory of it. Just for the first time bonus. For both it and for alchemy. But then just go right back to leeks. I just realized I'm gonna have to pick up a lot of leeks then. If I'm doing a leek all the way from 153 to there. Because I believe chestnuts go through an aggro room, which is really annoying. It's one of those aggro rooms that absolutely requires a fear potion. It's not like it's optional, it is 100% required because it's a range unit that aggroes you. So you can't like aggro skip them like you can with melee. You've been killing one viper in that room each time. Save one inventory space. I guess that works, because you're probably waiting for the spawn anyways. That's a good idea. I don't really need them though, so I'm probably not going to farm them. Because I don't really care about Scout XP at the moment. But it's a good way of going about it though. I'm just going to stick with the leeks. They're also way closer to a bank. I believe those things are not that close. Yeah. You gotta go from here, then telly all the way over there, and then go and bank. Like, it's not like far, but wouldn't use the word close to describe it. It's far enough that you have to use the teleport to get to a bank. Rather than just walking to one. And generally, anything that needs a teleport to bank is not close to a bank. Come on, bone spawn. I know I skipped a tree. Come on. There you go. Alright, next knowledge point, that should be 153. And then off to the leaks. Hope Forest is about adding to skills together. Hope Port is about making a line from A to B and back. And it's not always a line for Hope Port, though. There's a lot of weird shapes you can make. I understand what you mean, though. Yeah, I gotta remember, I gotta get a whole inventory of bone before we go to our next thing. Because that's free 23 bones. I just realized I never actually mass banked leaks yet. This will actually be the first time we do it. Because the tier 1s we just didn't bother with. The tier 2s we just didn't bother with. The tier 3s will actually be the first ones we ever bother banking. Or whatever tier it currently is. Maybe it's called a tier 4. I have no clue. Whatever tier leak we're on will be the first one we ever really bother banking properly. Hey, that reminds me, I can't remember if we can get one U tree or 2 U trees in whenever we go do the leaks. I need to go double check. I actually don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was only 1. These 2 made it so we missed out on too much XP. Only reason 2 works here is because it's just the 4 cycle, rather than like the full 8. I think it was 8 leaked to 1 U. I'll find out when we do it. The only awkward part is we're going to be going from the top down rather than the bottom up. I just want to run all the way there. I guess that's room neutral, isn't it? I should just do it from the bottom up then. Because if it's tile neutral, it's way better to start from bottom rather than top. Your natural pathing is way better for all the clicks. Especially if you're using auto. Actually, I don't think we had, now that I think about it, I don't think we had queuable action last time we did them. I think that has come since then. Because I don't think we've done the leaks in the last week. Since we've had queuable action. It's hard to believe we've only had this for a week. This feels like a core fundamental mechanic in the game. It's only been out for 1 week. That's going to be the case for a lot during early access. Like the new combat system, we're just going to take it for granted. But then a month from now, it's like, oh yeah, the game's only had it for like a month. Yeah, we just accept it as like how it always is and always will be now. It definitely feels like we've had cubable action for more than a week. It does not feel like it has only been a week. Yeah, it's only been a week as of tomorrow. So technically it hasn't even been a week yet. Hey, come on, knowledge point, you're almost there. Now we'll probably shift over to bone only. How much are we at right now? Yeah, I'm gonna take a few trees here. It's like all the low ones though. Problem is I need slightly more bones for that to actually give me a level low. Otherwise it could be slightly short. Oh, 72 gets, let's see, how much now? Or 72 for what? Oh, for mining? Nice. I'm gonna take bone only here. I'm gonna have to manual click this other one as well. Alright, there we go. Alright, it should be slightly short. Oh, Orby all the way. Perfect. Okay. Let's go grab our bones then. We're out of here. Time to go bank. And that is leaks unlocked. There we go. There it is. The glint leak. Right, let's go get them all. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Clicked on the other U tree. Right, well, we got the first time bonus going. Let me just grab one real quick. Boom. Nice. We're getting 1.5k each. Wasn't that similar to what we're getting from the other bone? These are way close to the bank, though. We'll also be getting more foraging since we get double room rather than single room. At the cost of a little bit of wood cutting. Oh, the only problem with me taking that exact one, though, is now my cycle is going to be weird on respawn. Hopefully it doesn't completely ruin things. We'll find out when it does. Yeah, it's the first time we've had queuable action here. We definitely didn't have this last time. Because I recall us not having these old number thingies. Alright, there we go. We finally got it. Something we can actually use. 86 cooking, but requires a 153 gatherer. Gosh. Finally got it, though. Yeah, I'll double check when we go to the other side, but I believe we can only do one set. We're gonna have to wait here, I believe. Alright, yeah. We might want to get the second yew tree then. The problem is if we do 2 yew trees, then we have to wait the other way around though. Or we're getting less foraging XP. Oh. Gosh, this respawn for this room is so weird right now. Because the one I grabbed earlier. And then we skip the tree on final cycle like this one. And then we go bank and repeat the cycle. I guess technically we could drop the thing every time. Just pick it back up. Get a few extra leaks in there. This will be our main cycle then. We're kind of stuck on these for a little while though. Because until our 161 bone, we don't really have an alternative. Other than I guess technically chestnut. Oh no, do we go for the chestnut? It is alchemy XP. But it basically forces us to have to do the catkins. Which do have pretty good synergy with Ash Tree. But they're right at the time of the bone zone. Because this is just for fear potions, so we don't care about that. We don't care about that, it's fear potion. Bitter fruits are useless. Yeah, it's the only other one that's like somewhat relevant in between. But even then, it's only relevant when trading comes out. Because the potion itself I never have any need for. At least until they add like a green boss weapon that anyone can wield. Because currently Crown Knight has no green melee weapon. Literally zero. Gosh, I hate these trees right here. It is so hard to click this one singular leak right here. Because depending on what angle you're doing, it's just completely covered by tree. I don't know, I'm not as big of a fan as the leak cycle. Maybe we'll try chestnut at 156 just to see. The snakes are pretty low level, so we can kind of decimate them. And the best part is I don't need to pass action them either. They're just naturally a pretty low level right now. Problem is I don't really need the scout XP from it though. The other issue is you'd want to take one before you get hit, which is not going to be consistent. I did it again. Same thing happened the last time I was trying to get... No, gosh, stop clicking the tree. How big of a hitbox do you have? Might just have to open up the mini-map just to get past that tree. Like, triple misclicked it. Only problem with doing the leaks like this is we're gonna get way more than we would ever need. So maybe we do check out the chestnut at 156. Because getting too many of those is good. Getting too many of these doesn't really do much. Getting just the right amount is helpful, but getting excess means nothing. This guy still hasn't picked a class yet. It's like the third time I've seen him walk by. It's kind of something kind of funny about doing leaks or U-trees here is you can see newer players pick their class unless they teleport out. Oh, there he goes. Let's see, what does he come out as? He's going in as a 79 with nothing. No, come out with 79 with a symbol. We're gonna guess Crown Knight. My guess is on Crown Knight for him. Up first he needs to get there though. I think he's in the cutscene. Oh, nope. He's leaving again. Don't. Gosh, that oak tree. Oh, we see a 108 going there as well. That 108 looks more like a hammer mage, though. My guess is 79 will be Cryo Knight, and the 108 will be a hammer mage. I know, I did it in the wrong order. There is a way to fix it, though it's kind of awkward. I think if I do that, it fixes it. Because that should drag me up enough that it drags me to right tile. Yay, okay, perfect. Oh, yeah, if we ever make that mistake, we just have to do it in a different order then. Gives the same result, pretty much. Alright, 2 more levels to go. I don't think we're camping chestnuts though. I know, we'll see. The biggest issue with chestnuts is it basically commits us to the Katkin grind. I don't know, how much even is that tier of chestnut? Is it even worth it? I go check something. Chestnut. Yeah, it's kind of worth it, actually. Hold up. Yeah, it's kind of worth it. Why are they like 7 silver each? How much is the catkin then? Or is it called catkin? I keep calling it catkin. Type in cat. Then a K. There it is. How much is the catkin? Even more? Really? Okay. Sure, I'll go do them, I guess. Fine, game. I'll go collect them. If you're going to be that pricey with them. Plus his alchemy XP. But we'll do these to 156. There should be enough leeks for all of our cooking. And then we'll grab the catkins. I mean the chestnuts. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Oh, I got oak treed again. No! Every time. Why is that thing's hitbox so big? It keeps extending further than where its object actually is. Like I keep clicking the leaves above it and it keeps pathing me onto the tree. Yeah, look at that. It like extends like a whole like foot above the tree. They really did not want you to misclick that tree, but in doing so, you could easily just accidentally click it while doing other things. Yeah, look at this. Look how far away I am from the tree right now. I'm like almost off the screen above it. It's still counting as being hovering on it. Even though I'm not even clicking the tree. And yeah, look right here too. Like I'm all the way like below the tree and it's still counting me as clicking it. This guy's still not chosen his class. What's going on here? Does he not know how to whistle the flower or something? He's been here for like as long as we've been here collecting these leeks is how long he's been here. Like what, 20-ish minutes? 15? That's funny, he had a number 1 above his head because that was from the queue. Like he found the thing, all he has to do is now whistle. Unless he's undecisive on what class he wants, maybe. I feel like most people would be indecisive in the chamber rather than outside of it, though. Yeah, all he has to do is use the little feather thingy. Though I guess that's the first time a quest forces you to have to do something from your key item tab. Because I don't think anything in Chapter 1 forces you to do something from key item. There's the kind of quest that teaches you, like, hey, you have key items that you can click on. I don't think he's found it yet. And he has chat disabled, so you can't even, like, tell him. He'll figure it out eventually. He's currently clicking on the door. But the door for him is closed if he didn't use the thing. Like, you can see that there's a door there. But he has to whistle with the little leaf thingy. Enter the key item tab. It's this one right over here. He has to use that whistle. There's like an invoke option. Yeah, it could be a bot as well. I don't feel like a bot would get stuck there, though. Because it wouldn't keep coming back like it is if it was stuck. I don't know, maybe it is. He's clicking pretty randomly all over the place. Yeah, it does look like it's a broken bot. The main thing that keeps confusing me is he keeps walking away like a mile and then coming back. It's just kind of weird that it perfectly brings him back each time. Because he keeps going all the way back to like almost that bank storage. Like as far as there, but then still finding his way back here. Like the main thing I'm confused by is what on earth is he botting? Like how does your bot get stuck here is the thing. Because as a bot, you would never even need to touch leaks or yew trees. It shouldn't be that hard to get them through this little prompt thingy. Well, the main reason I say it's probably not leaks is just because why would a bot need to do leaks? It'd be too far away. Like, you'd have to bring the bot so far away. It'd be so much easier just to camp whatever you're already on. Oh, unless he wants it to do leaks after he gets his class. I maybe got confused there. Because that would make sense. If he tried to program it to do the quests, but then take leaks as soon as he finishes the quest. But then he'd be grabbing the leaks. He keeps clicking on them and doesn't have the ability to do so, so it can't be that either. So it just looks like it's broken trying to figure out how to do the quest. Because he was clicking on leaks but not gathering them, so it couldn't have been for that reason. Which means he doesn't even have the gatherer level to pick the lowest tier leak. Oh, so there's the only two skills that haven't been used for a quest yet, by the way. Gathering and Forger. As I keep trying to click the leak first, but it keeps hitting the tree. Luckily, they're both pretty much tile neutral. So it doesn't really matter what order we do them in. As long as they both get clicked next to each other. Yeah, 1.5 more levels, and I am going to be putting it together. Because even though we need some leaks, we don't need like a huge amount. A couple hundred should hold us over for a while. Because I don't even need that many more cooking levels for these. These were usable at 86, so we're almost past the point where we even need them anymore. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At 107, I don't need them anymore. We're at 91. So in 60 more cooking levels, I will never need this resource again. I've been messing around with the Q thing here and there. There's some things I just turned them off for. Our end goal is still the same though. Well, technically our stretch goal, because the other one was way too quick. Which is 161. Which means we would have gotten 2 bone upgrades today. Normally I only go for 1. And those are two pretty big ones as well. Not as far as the bone itself, but you know, the level gap. And then this ram horn is the first horn that can make a 199 shield. Or the first bone, I mean. And then the bone spike is the best thing we could ever get. And then we pretty much just camp those all the way. The only exceptions of going 166 all the way to max. The only things that will stop me from that is a couple things. We got to get enough catkins to equal however many chestnuts I get. So whatever the chestnut number is, I got to get 1-to-1 exactly as many catkins. And the only other thing I would need to get is 1 inventory of glob plant, 1 inventory of daffodil, and do goat horn all the way to max once we get there. Oh yeah, and femur. Femur I'd probably do a couple hundred. I shouldn't need a lot of it. It's just for shield upgrades. Like, how many shield upgrades do I really need? And technically every bone is a shield upgrade that isn't bone spike. So we shouldn't need a huge amount of them. Like, we need more than 0, but not a lot. And bone spike is actually better XP per hour for banking everything. I'm pretty sure it is. We might calculate it out as we're doing it. But there's a good chance bone spike is better XP per hour than femur. Assuming you're banking all of both. Oh no, we're not currently potted. Oh no. No, don't click the... Gosh! Why double menu us? Soon, we're coming for you. Coming for you, XP convert. Okay, look how far that one guy went. He went like all the way over to the other room. Right now it's like coming back over here. Like, even for a bot, that is just weird movement. Oh no, actually went all the way to the left. Oh, unless he finally got in. Did he finally do it? Is he in? Alright, one more knowledge point, we should be good to go. Oh, come on. Even the other thing is blue? Why is every single thing at this level range blue? You're trying to tell me even the chestnuts are blue? I don't understand why every single alchemy supply at this level range is blue. Even the leeks are kind of blue. But yeah, those are blue chestnuts. Slightly hard to tell in that dimmed down image. That's why I didn't really notice them until that bigger image. But yeah, it's blue chestnuts. I don't understand why everything in this like weird mid-range of gather is all blue. Blue apples, blue leeks, blue chestnuts, blue berries. Not literally blueberries, but berries that are blue. Not actual blueberries, but berries that are blue. Should clarify. There's a difference between blueberries and berries that are blue. One is a blueberry. The other is a berry-shaped object that happens to be the color blue. Yeah, they needed the color schemes that are like, let's make everything blue. Instead of having to decide what color everything should be, it's like, just make everything blue. It'll be easier that way. That's another 13 faces. Welcome, welcome. I really wish you could make that any spell in the game. Like teleport, for example. Oh gosh, he actually goes and climbs up that. That's funny. There's no way that's quicker than walking around. Wait, is it? No, because you could diagonal then diagonal. That's weird. Why does it path you up down there? It's actually slower than if it pathed you diagonal diagonal. That's one thing I've noticed with auto walking. Is auto walk actually sometimes gives you incorrect pathing. I noticed that in the mines, because there's a couple areas in the mines where you lose one tile if you just let the auto path you. And I'm not talking about like going to a rock. I mean literally just moving from point A to point B on the minimap will actually lose you a tile at some areas in the mines. And it actually does the same thing right here. If you path all the way through here, it'll double jump you on that one tile, which is slower than just doing double diagonal. You finally got to cooking and alchemy levels for Brand of Inheritance, and then surprise, level 55 enemy. It's not too hard to take out. I killed at level 30. You just need good healing potions, and safe spot it in the corner. You can basically corner lock it by walk undering it. And basically trap it on itself. So as long as you can kill it with 20 heals without it attacking you back, you should be fine. Or, you know, you could drink the heals without it attacking you back. As well as boost pot without it attacking you back. So as long as 20 heals are enough, you could take it out at any level. So do I keep forgetting to take the yew tree or something? Or does it feel like I'm taking like an extra long wait there? Have I not been grabbing the yew trees the last few cycles? Because I have no clue if I'm actually grabbing it or not. I'm in like such autopilot mode right now. I actually have no clue if I'm actually grabbing the yew tree or not. I assume no. Because that wait time seems suspiciously long. Like this one I deliberately don't take the yew tree for, but... the other two I should be taking it. Every 2 out of 3 times we should be taking a yew tree. Only on this final load we don't need it. Yeah, the boss fight's pretty cheesable. It is technically doable at like level 20 or so. The higher the better though. But like 20, 30, 35, all decently good enough to go take it out with. As long as you're using 25% heals and a boost potion. Yeah, I am forgetting to take the tree. Oh no. Yeah, boost potion for your weapon element. So if you're like a guardian, you should be green boosting. You buy a plus 50 from the shop just to make sure it's a little bit better. Though plus 40 would also be fine. You only have to drink one for the whole fight, so you might as well get the best thing you have. And a 50 is the biggest you could buy. I took it out at level 30 with like a blue rapier. Because we were Cryo Knight, so we had like a blue weapon. But I believe it's like a 3-star blue rapier. That was enough. I think I did use 28% heals instead of 25 though. But 25 should still be fine. Oh yeah, duh, I forgot. You would have 20% regardless. Because you need that as a requirement for the quest anyways. Not the 20% potion, but the alchemy level. That corresponds with a 28% potion. I don't think I even went through that many though. Like I think we went through like half our stack. Alright, as soon as we get this knowledge point, that should pretty much be enough for the chestnut then. And I guess we'll do the chestnut pivot. Just because we probably already have enough leeks banked for the rest of time. Probably even have excess we could sell later. Or just cook them. They'll technically go better for player trading though, but I'm barely gonna have any spears, so I might just cook up whatever last few there are. Just so we can have a nice clean bank. But most of them are reserved for contracts, of course. That's the main thing we want them for. The best part is it saves us having to bank them as well. Because one thing that's kind of awkward about the contracts is, if it makes you do 9 or more leek pies, you actually can't buy it in one inventory. Because 8's the highest you could do for the 888. Anything bigger than that, you can't even do it. Unless you already have the leek gathered. We have 13 faces. Let me know how the boss fight goes. I can try to show how to corner trap it as well in a beer. Because they're both the same enemy. Or, you know, they're both a 2x2. So the way you corner trap them is the same way. The room would be different though, but works on any corner. And in that boss fight, like, every direction is a corner because the cave is so small. It is such a ridiculously small cave. You're watching on a show? Sure, I'll go show when we go transition over to Chestnut then. Before I go telly away. So I'll show it as soon as we get 156 Gatherer. It should be pretty soon since I'm putting the knowledge point onto it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's so weird that you can queue a pickup off the ground. That's so weird. There are some implications to that, though. As it allows you to pre-walk when doing carpentry, if you're banking. Because you can pre-walk off your potion. There's a few weird things you could do with it. The only problem is it would move it one tile closer every single time. So you'd eventually have to reset your potion. Because otherwise you'll just keep creeping one tile closer every single cycle. Until it's literally the exact same tile. Because you always grab items from the ground, or assuming you auto-click it. Or, you know, just clicking on it directly rather than walk under. But whenever you click on something directly, and you drop it back to the ground, you will always shift everything over by one tile every time. Unless you're manually walk undering it. Otherwise, you would eventually move it back to starting tile. Because it would shimmy over one tile every cycle. Which makes it not that useful. It's one of the reasons when we do merchant for a while, you may notice we start at like the top floor, dropping everything. And then like an hour or two later, we'll be at the bottom floor. Because it keeps shifting all the items over by one the entire time. Oh, I should have kept the potion on me. We're gonna get too much XP here. Let's see, do we get a level or not a level? This will determine if we should have dropped or not dropped. No, we got a level! Gotta walk all the way back to go pick up my potion now. Let's go show the bear thing as well. I'll just grab my potion before it despawns though. We'll go show the bear corner trap. This works on any 2x2 unit. Its most relevant use case is for Branolf inheritance. As a level 55 enemy, you can kill it like level 20 if you corner trap it. Alright, while we're here, I guess we'll go for one more cycle. We're already here, might as well. Our way out since we have to path that way anyways. Yeah, let's go corner trap up here. I've never actually tried doing it in this room because you never really need to. But should be the same overall strategy. Except during that boss fight, you could do it in, like, every direction. Because every direction is, like, a few tiles from a wall. Hey, Zeradrol's here. Yeah, I'm gonna go find a beer that's not occupied. Ideally near a corner. Let me do the other room. The other room's a little bit more confined. It's more like the actual boss room itself. Yeah, I'll do it on this beer, I guess. It should kind of work. Yeah, that should be fine. Perfect. Alright. Let's get him until he's all the way in. Let's see. Do you not want to cooperate? He doesn't like this wall as much. It's not cooperating. Can I get him to the other corner real quick? Or is he always going to prioritize that way? That's weird. This guy's moving differently than the other one. Let me try doing this. Oh, because he wasn't all the way there. That's fine. Let's see. There we go. Oh, not quite. Gosh, this bear does not want to path right. Let's see. I need to get him to that corner over there. He does not want to path for us. He just wanted a diagonal, weirdly. Come on, move up. Oh, it's because of the thing over there. But basically, you just walk under and just heal. Gives you more time. So his pathing's being weird with his diagonal, though. I don't know why his pathing's being so weird compared to the boss. I can't show it in the boss room itself. This guy keeps doing weird diagonals. That the other thing wasn't doing, because he gets locked up whenever he gets into... Here we go. Okay, you might have to do it to northwest then. Try doing it northwest. Oh no, but now he's not getting caught. That's weird. I'm not sure what actually prompts like it getting caught. Like I know when it's all the way forced to a corner. But this guy keeps diagonaling weirdly. Which the boss didn't actually do in his small room that he had. Because you could eventually get it to the point where you can stand under like this. So notice how we were under it and neither of us were moving? Like that's basically the state that you want to get. Where it isn't moving, you're not moving, and then you can just throw down a heal. It works a lot better in the boss room. Because basically everywhere is a wall. Like every direction is like a one tile away. But you basically want to get it so you're standing on this corner and neither of you are moving. And you can just drink a potion. It's way easier to do in that room though. Which is good because that's where the actual boss is. Because the cave is so small. Like, let's see, let's go check this cave space. Like look how small that thing is. And there's a bunch of chests that make it even smaller. That you can't actually see on the mini-map. Alright, let's go take out our blue chestnuts. I guess technically they're kind of green looking. Not quite blue. Oh, I do need to make sure I get a nice size though. Otherwise it's going to be weird. Let me go bank real quick actually. Because it's going to throw me off if I have like 8 leaks like that. Alright, let's see how bad chestnuts are. First things first, I actually do need to go and gear up for chapter 2. Because I might try it this way, we'll see. I want to try something. I wanted to try to pass action him. Because I want to try to like really quickly get in the room and just pass action it so we could just go and kill it in like 2 shots. Yeah, there's a bunch of flat scales here too. Are these worth taking? How much XP is that? 269? 8? Not really. I don't think those are worth. Oh yeah, especially because the aggro goes away by then. Now we'll figure something out here. It's gonna be hard to pass action and range it in the same time though. Before it taps us once. We could try though. Because I have to both pass action and click the 3 button before it hits us. Which means I need to right click, pass action, and click 3. Oh, and click on the correct pass action, because there's no auto button for it. That sounds like it's going to be horrible. Plus, I need to know which one's alive, and they might be occupied. Yeah, that's impossible. There's no way we're doing all that quickly. I always have to kill the 28 one. Luckily, it gets obliterated, but the other one would get obliterated quicker. Well, no, we could try it though. I gotta pass action, click. I have to right click it. Click pass action. Click on the correct snake head. And then click 3. Before it hits me with a range hit. No, that is like near impossible. Even if we get it, that is gonna be so inconsistent. I think we just deal with killing the level 28. Just trying to kill the level 8 is going to be too much of a nuisance. Got it. Did I? No! Even that wasn't quick enough. Yeah, I'm just gonna start immediately mailing them. Even that wasn't quick enough. Oh yeah, you can use pass action to kill something quicker. It works really badly on ranged enemies, though. It works really good on melee enemies, though. I do it for raid dens all the time whenever we do the other thing. But you can do it in an enemy in order to get it done quicker as well. If you're going to like a room over and over again. But just need the invincibility from them, but don't want to use a fear potion. Technically I could be using it in this room too. If we know for sure we're going to get hit. As it's probably quicker to two-shot it than it is to use the immunity spell. Oh, come on, you can hit me from there? Though if we know for sure someone's doing combat here, we can actually utilize it some. Because we know this snake will generally be dead. So we go into the room, we could pass action the other snake. Because that gives us plenty of time. The problem with the first one is it comes there like the second we're in. But if we're in the room for some amount of time, we could click on pass action in that time. And it'll be really easy to pass action it. The snake needs to be dead though. There we go, perfect. Aha, we did it! Success! Unfortunately, it still takes a little while to die. But quicker than the other one. And invincibility time's still the same. It'd make a lot better difference if you were a high level though. Like if you were like level 200 in an area and you were lowering them down to like a level 10. Because right now I'm lowering a level 28 to a level 8 while I'm only level 50. Which helps, but isn't doing that much. Compared to for like level 100 or 200 or 300. Ah, I did the wrong thing. I didn't pass action him. Really doesn't seem worth it for how much difference there is between them. It's too much effort. I was gonna keep killing the level 28. It does what it needs to do. Yeah, I'm almost tempted not even do the snake room and just do like a 3 into a bunch of thistle or something. Do like 3 chestnut into a bunch of thistle. There we go. Since we're just using it for a teleport right now, not the map. It's gonna make it max size. I keep trying to use like the little miniature one. Yeah, that should be a bit better whenever I need to teleport. Yeah, you know what, I'll just keep it like that. Why not? Max size. A little overkill. There we go. I can't possibly misclick it now. There we go. Whenever we need that teleport. I actually got 4-star boots right now. I didn't even realize that. And the shield we made ourselves. Same as the rapier. The fire sword we did get as a drop though. And the boots. Apparently from the same enemy too. Actually double dipped us the thing. Which, what was that from then? Oh, that was from the Outlaws. We got a 4-star boot and a 4-star fire sword. That'd be funny if we got a scout level from this. I hope not. I'm not even gonna bother picking up that maze. It's probably worth like 3 gold or silver, I mean. If it's a 3-star or higher, I'll pick it up. The sad part is a 3-star is not even an upgrade though. Given that's such a low level. What do I think of Hope Forest is better than the Mines of Matubin? Oh, do I think it's better than Mines of Matubin? No, I prefer Mines of Matubin. By a lot. Fair pots? No, I don't use fair pots. I refuse out of principle. Until they're equipable. Though whenever they are equipable, I need to go get 104 alchemy. So I can actually make the good 9-minute ones that are basically free. That we already have like 1,000 banked of. Or, you know, the supplies, not the actual potion. We're almost at the 50-minute fear potions. Nice. Oh, I clicked on the wrong tile. Fail. I hate that corner so much. It's like one of my least favorite rooms in the old game. Just because of how annoying it is to get through that corner. Because you can't really aggro skip them properly there. There's almost every direction they go is a bad one. $157. How long are we stuck on these for again? Are we here stuck for a while? Yeah, we're here all the way till 161. Oh gosh. The snake is about to be killed so many times. It's going to be killed enough times that I'm scared of getting a scout level. Please, if I get a scout level, I gotta get a guard level for base 51. Luckily, we get almost 0 XP per kill. Come on, hit harder. Come on, special attacks, go. Fire sword, go. Big long sword, go. Hit him, go, 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 go. Wonder exactly when they're going to plan special attacks by. I really hope it's in the next month or so. It feels so bad using a 4-star weapon knowing that it should be way more powerful than it is. Gosh, I hate how many clicks you have to do for this. There we go. Really wish there was an easier way to do pass action. Wait, how am I missing one? I'm so confused. What happened? How am I missing one chestnut? I am so confused. We gotta do this all the way to 161. Oh no. Wonder how many useless potions is it gonna make? The potions themselves, when trading comes out, should be about at least 10 silver each, though, if not more. Plus 70s. Because these should be the ones you can make really quickly, I believe. It doesn't say which one it is for, but I'm pretty sure it's for the 71. Oh, is this for the 80? Oh, okay, hold up. That's actually kind of good then. That kind of changes things then. If these are the 80s. Hey, these are best in slot then. And there's no other way to get them. Not for us though. But for Guardians it is. They'll trade you for fears? No, I don't need any fears. I'll be fine. Actually, Fear Potion might be one of the only few potions that sells for less than the shop. Or not less than the shop, I mean, like less than the supplies to buy it. I'm pretty sure 9-minute Fear is like 2 silver on the market. Just because of how much of a dead range you have to spam them like crazy. Like, everyone's gonna have like thousands of them. I still refuse to use them until they're equipable though. What happened to my snake? My snake went away. You do 6 of them into 1 to 2 pines. Yeah, with Fair Potion you can end up doing that. Which would give us a lot more woodcutting XP instead of useless snake. I don't know, did we start doing it and just drop them? Do we finally give in and just go use our fear pots? Do I even have any fear pots banked? Because they're definitely not worth buying. I don't think I have access to any good fears at the moment. Is the other problem. I can only make the 3-minute fear. Because I believe 6 and 9 are right next to each other. Yeah. I do have the supplies for the 9. Oh, this is the tree I skipped earlier. Whoops. I do have the supplies for, well, most of them. Just not the level to go make them. It's not worth going ever away for that. For how short of a grind it is, we're just gonna have to deal with this snake. Otherwise, we'd have to like mass buy 3-minute fear potions, which is not worth it. Oh no, the pathing here, if you do go that way, wastes a double tile. If you don't manual click. No, they took my kill. Rip. Gotta take the other one now. Sap's still going for that 500 carpentry. We saw him doing carpentry earlier when we did at the beginning of stream. And now he's going back to woodcutting to get more supplies. He's almost there, though. No. Just hope we would move into it. We will conquer this corner eventually. Listen, I need to zoom out so I can pre-walk that. I keep not pre-walking, which wastes like a second and a half. I really need to do that more often. I've done this some in the past. I just hate having to bring the map up every time to go do it. As you can't do it with manual walking. Oh, that's why I keep missing that tree. I was wondering why I kept missing it earlier. Because it looks all faded from the wrong angle. Or from the right angle, whatever way you all look at it. Oh, there's actually enough people that I might actually be able to get away with this. Oh, that'd be really funny. There's no way we get away with this. Oh no. No one's taking the other snake. Yeah, saved! There's no way we walk out of this room without getting attacked. We're about to get attacked any second though. Yep, there it goes. I knew it. Ooh, a level 183 Viper. Wonder how close he is to 200. That's pretty close to that point. Yep, level coming in. 3 more to go. This means we gotta do about another hour of chestnuts. Oh gosh. They're definitely a little annoying. But we don't have to do them again, ever. After we reach 161. And we're feeding Alchemy the XP it needs later. That's pretty hefty later, though, because 80 potion is, like, really deep. How far do you need for a plus 80? Actually, no. 197. Oh, this actually fixes my 197 to 200 issue, I guess. Alright, so I guess there was a pretty good reason to go get the chestnuts. All the chestnuts we get right now, and then the catkins later, give us 197 to 200 alchemy solved. Not that that was too big of an issue, but, yeah, we have the final 3 levels done. As the amount that we bank from this and the other thing should be enough to cover 3 level. If it was like a bigger gap, it wouldn't, but 3 is way more than enough. Actually, is Catkin the other component? I keep thinking it is. Yeah, it is. Alright. And that makes a plus 80 Arbor. Which gives us from 197 to 200 alchemy. As well as a good potion to sell, since the best potion Guardians can use. Alright, let's see. Can we skip that aggro? Let's see, maybe we could try like a wide angle here. Oh, no, never mind, I lied. Not with that pathing. There we go. Just gotta do that every single time we go there. Saves like a second or two. Hello, drop? I wish you could cue that drop. Because otherwise it eats your input. I just realized this tree stays dead after the quest. You chop it once and it just like falls over forever. Like an actual tree. The only reason that seems weird is because that's generally not how trees work in this game. But that one actually stays dead after you cut it. Like, you know, an actual tree. There we go. Should be about, what, 3-4 more knowledge points until, 161. And we would have achieved a double bone upgrade. I don't think I have the, bone right to be able to do it, though. I looked up earlier. I forgot what it was, though. I know we need 168 for the bone spike. That's the main thing that matters. I forget what we need for the in-between one. But 168 is a really relevant one. So how are we almost losing to a level 20 Viper? It's like half my level. And our gear isn't like awful. It's not the greatest, but it's not too bad. No, 1 stars at least. Though pre-200, that doesn't happen as often. It's more of a post-200 issue. Where like half your gears is like perpetually 1 star. No. The weird diagonal that they do here is the annoying part. It's the thing that always gets you, is more so how they path off of you from that angle. Someone took my snake. Hopefully I'll leave the room. It's too crowded. Thought one person being here would deter people from actually combating. So when I saw poking here, it's like, oh, that's gonna be nice. Yeah, very good, he left. That room basically has a 1 max capacity. Hello, Joey again. Do you think the new combat will be the one combat skill, but have to still have different armor for each episode? I do believe you're still going to need different gear for every episode. I'm not sure if you'll be able to untune or not, or if they're just getting rid of tuning. My assumption is you would still have to tune, and there'd be no way initially to untune. That'd probably come with like a side quest at some point. Also assume there'd be some kind of cost to it as well, rather than just like free untuning. Because untuning's pretty powerful, because then you only ever need one of an item, rather than like 5 or 10 or 20 or any other number, however many chapters there are. Which makes the demand for every item bare minimum 4 times worse, 5 times worse, 10 times worse. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Because it'll make demand for any given item as much worse as there are number of chapters. Because it would be a mechanic that basically keeps every item in high demand. Because if we have 20 episodes and an item is meta in every episode, you need 20 of it. Obviously, you could untune it. You know, there will likely be a way to untune it in the future and stuff like that. But if you want to have an individual one in every episode, you would need to own 20 of it if there's 20 episodes. Otherwise, you'd have to keep paying the untuning costs. So it would give a high demand to every item in the game. As you wouldn't just need one, you would need multiple. Otherwise, you just get an item once and then never need it again. Because it just lasts forever. Yeah, armor's really annoying right now, but since there's no armor making skill. At least not yet, of course. So I need to start clicking the resource after... Oh no, I forgot that menu cancels it. But I need to start clicking the resource so it'll automatically go to it. Rather than doing the drop and have the input get eaten. But I also need to make sure I don't have the interface open, otherwise it will do that. Whoops. Mistakes have been made. Oh, so I think we're actually going to gain a scout level. That's going to make our numbers look so weird. Because we're going to have 50 guard, 51 scout, and then 100 mine fighter, and 234 watch person. Numbers are going to be all over the place. Oops, I did not mean to click on that. I thought I did a walk, not a click. I know. Too many people in the room. We got one person per snake. Oh, he's gonna get us. Yep. I do want to wait to use this point until we get her a level, though. Get every little bit out of it we can. No, no, not yet. Nope, still not yet. Oh, they're all preoccupied. How convenient. Oh, your fear potion ran out. That's funny. Alright, this is the only good thing about this room being overcrowded. If everyone just immediately takes a snake, we'll be fine. Oh, come on! No! He retreated. Wait, what happened there? Did he die? Your snake, like, auto-aggroed me. I'm so confused what happened there. Because that normally only happens when you retreat from something. I think it happens when you get something dies as wall. I just realized I'm wasting a tile every time I go for this one, don't I? Yeah, I waste one tile. It's not a double tile waste, but I do waste one tile if I manually click on that. I mean, if I don't manually. Like, if I don't walk around. If I use the auto thing, we lose one tile. It doesn't lose two because you still have to walk on one of those tiles anyways. But you click on it. Hey, Kale's here. Hello. When are you joining us in Member Worlds? Join us on the dark side. You probably already have like 300 bone right banked. Okay, I still need one. Pretty crowded snake room today. Oh, he died. Good. The crowd is thinning itself. Yeah, what are all these people doing in my single player game? What is this, an MMO? Yes, hello, Zio. Welcome, welcome. Have you heard of issues logging into Gems of War the last few days? I personally haven't had an issue yet with it. So I haven't heard about it. Is the issue only on, like, mobile or console? But then again, it can't be on mobile because I've been playing on mobile. But, I don't know, I've been logging in on PC and mobile just fine. Not sure if it's like a console bug or something. But I haven't had any issue the last few days. Oh, it might be console then, yeah. I don't ever play the Switch version or the other ones. I only ever play it on PC mobile. Hello, Tate! Welcome, welcome! Currently trying to do a bunch of bones. Well, I know we're not doing a bone right now, but we're trying to get back to bones. We actually got 2 bone upgrades this stream. And 2 more levels, we could do our next tier. That was pretty much our end goal, though. Probably still grab a few of them. I don't want to, like, camp them today, though. It's because we've done so much foraging already today. So much foraging. I mean, gather, I mean. Oh no, I'm trying to think of what would maybe fix it then. I'm not sure if uninstalling would really help. Normally just going in and out of it tends to be the biggest thing that helps it. Just like reloading it. Because I've occasionally... Actually, I think I know what you're talking about. Because I've occasionally seen that message come up that I think you might be referring to. I don't know, just logging back in and out normally works. At least for me anyways. Because I think I know what you're talking about now. I always just assume that's a connection issue with my phone. But it has been happening more often the last few days. Oh, Logan bar snapping halfway through? Okay, that's not why I had happening then. Normally I'd have like a weird error message and then it would just restart the game and then it would go in. Gosh, this guy has died 2 times now. He's speedrunning death here. You might want to go to a weaker unit. He keeps trying to take out the snake and he just keeps dying to it. We'll get there eventually though. He has good persistence though. Yeah, good luck with that, Azale. Welcome back, 13 Faces. You're able to beat him at 36 guard? Nice, huge congrats. Oh, there you go, now you have double storage. Yeah, that's so nice to have. It makes things like bone rate, blacksmith, and stonemason so much easier. As well as armor maker when it comes out next chapter. Because you basically have to bank half as much. They did say they're eventually going to add a function to be able to teleport or sell directly from the quartermaster thingy though. Which I would love to see that. They mentioned that during the Q&A. That eventually you'll probably be able to use the quartermaster spell in order to sell directly to the quartermaster. Because right now you can store your stuff with the quartermaster here, but you can't sell to him. But they said they'll probably add the functionality eventually to sell there, which will be huge. Because that fixes a lot of issues with the combat as well as a lot of the processing skills, since you can basically just infinitely camp them then. You just open up the portal and then boom, instant sell. It'll still take a few seconds because it's spell casting and everything, but it's way quicker than the alternative. which is go cast the teleport, which also has a delay, and then go all the way over to him, sell, and then teleport back. But eventually you'll just be able to use the quartermaster cell directly. Oh, another person died. Wow, these snakes are vicious today. Bodies just keep hitting the floor. Oh, so we're almost there. One more level to go. Hey, good. Poking's back. Hopefully that'll make it so more people don't come. Because generally if there's someone already there, more people won't start attacking. Because it's one of those weird rooms where max capacity is only one person. Alright, one level to go. Which means pretty much one more knowledge bar. Really? It wasn't queued up yet, so he wouldn't go. Oh, the Snake Badger song? Oh, that's funny. I know what you're talking about. Gosh, that's old. Old internet meme. Nice. Now that's an aggro skip. We aggro skipped them so hard. The other guy drew aggro. As normally happens when you corner them and they have nowhere to go. And they get very confused. So something else just starts attacking instead. Oh yeah, Lost and Found's the hardest quest in the game currently. I'm still trying to do it on my ults and they're like a month away from completing it. But I'm only doing AFK, so that's why. Oh, you know, everything beyond 20. Level 20. They're currently doing the 59 combat. That's funny. He restarted the fight because he was down. Yeah, there's a strategy you could do. I don't see too many people doing it. I do it very, very rarely. Because normally I don't mind just chugging an extra heal pot or two. But if you're really down bad in a fight and you don't want to heal, like you're so down bad it's not even worth healing, you can actually retreat from the fight and just attack them again. Until you get better RNG. I don't really just waste the healing pot or two. But you can simply just retreat and restart. Like if they have killed you and you did like barely like a fifth of their bar. You can just restart the fight. I keep forgetting. Queuable actions are so weird when you have it enabled. Because if I didn't have it enabled, he actually would have done the action. But because I have queue set, it's set into a queue rather than an action. Because they both have different properties currently. And for whatever reason, that menu, like many things, freezes it. I'm gonna have to take this snake. Hello, snake? There we go. I just realized they look kind of like bluish green on this plant. But the actual thing in our inventory just looks like normal green. Hello, Sonny! And thank you for leaving a like. Greatly appreciated. Hope you've been having a wonderful week so far. Oh, we should be fine. Perfect. Can't wait till I right-click deposit all for these boxes. Eventually they'll code it. It's definitely under the quality of life category, but gosh, is it quality of life that is so desperately needed. Right-click deposit all in storage rift. Alright, one more level. We're so close yet so far. Then we'll just grab a few bones because it's pretty much our last goal we want to get done. So given that this is so close, we gotta go get 51 combat. I can't just leave it there. As much as it'll bother me that one will say 50-51, it'll bother me even more if the XP bar is left, like, just teasing the thing. Has to be a little closer than that. Gotta finish off the level. I think we will naturally finish it off, but if we don't, we definitely got to. That will kill a normal enemy, not something this week. You can double EXP potion the brambles? Wait, how? Or what do you mean by double? There's enough downtime to drink a whole potion. Oh, wait, do 2 different percents of potions stack? I don't think they do, right? That's not a thing, right? I don't think that's a thing. I know different chapter potions stack. I don't think you can stack same chapter potion, though. But you can stack like a chapter 2 and a chapter 3 at once. Oh, yeah, are you doing... Yeah, 2 different chapters make sense, yeah. You just can't double same chapter. Okay, technically you can have 5 of them active at once if you really want to. There would never be a need to, but you could. I just realized I kept this tab open this whole time. I just now noticed that. I do that all the time. Or I'll keep the side panel up for like hours and not realize it. That time was way shorter though, but... Because I was about to go click it to go bring it out and then realize, oh, it's already open. Who left that open the last several minutes? No, we're not going to make it. I think we're about to hit that combat level, like, just at the threshold. We're barely gonna get in time. I'm not sure what this other person's doing. They killed, like, one snake and the other just standing there with invincibility. Is until you do an action, I believe you stay invincible forever? At least a very long time. If you don't do any action to break it. Ah, there's our combat level. Yeah. And one more trip and that might clear out the gathering as well. And then we're back to the bone zone. I don't think I'm gonna do that many though. But next time though, we could finally get to the whole reason we did all this, the bone spike. It's the thing we're going to be making every weapon upgrade out of for the rest of time. Which is why we need so many of them. Wait, do all the XP pots really stack in one zone? I always thought they didn't. You've tried it and it worked? Does it really? That's kind of insane. Is that how people are getting all that XP? I don't really see any high-level player chugging like a billion of them. They normally just chug one. I don't think I've ever seen a person chug like 3 potions in a row. Oh, you don't know if it works? I'm almost guaranteed it doesn't. I'm like 95% certain the same chapter XPs do not stack. You're only allowed to have 1 XP bonus per chapter active. Is how it works last I recall. You can have a 5% for one chapter, a 6% for another, and a 7% for another. But they can't all be in the same chapter. Alright, we're almost there. I guess I'll finish this inventory just while we're here. Oh, we really don't need to, though. No, why would you do this? The diagonal. He actually did keep doing the same path I gave him. That's funny. He did like a V shape. Alright, there we go. Ram horns unlocked. Might as well go head over there right now, actually. Yeah, let's go get them. That's not how I meant to do that. No. I was gonna get one snake thingy because I forget what this is used for. I think it's like one that... No, don't do that! No! No! Gosh, how hard is it going to be to get this thing? I just wanted one snake skill. Because we have enough inventory for it. Because I don't think I banked my other one. I'm going to need it for a potion for the one-time bonus at some point. There we go. Just one. Only one. That was supposed to be free value, but we messed that up very hard. There we go, 2,000 per bone. Oddly enough, worse than the chestnuts. But these are an 8 spawn instead of a 6 spawn. We also don't have to deal with an aggro room, which is huge. I want a bone above this is the real bone that we want all this time. It's what all of Gather has led up to. Here's all the bramble bots. Bramble bots does whatever a bramble bot does. What do you think the best moneymaker is once they nerf Leatherworker? It really comes down to if they buff cooking and everything else around the same time. It's hard to tell because they're probably... Whenever they do that, they're almost guaranteed going to be reworking more than just Leatherworker. Like, it'll probably be a small Leatherworker buff, but more so a rebalance to everything else. To also make them more viable. But if you're doing it with trading, potion making should be the most profitable thing in the game. I can't see how mass making potions is not going to be the most profitable thing. There's going to be like some low mid-tier kind of potion that you would only make for a short duration. That on mass would be like really, really broken to mass make. Didn't they say they would just look into it? Yeah, it's not confirmed that they're going to nerf it. But they might nerf it. But we don't really know. It could be a buff to everything else. It could be a small nerf to it. It could be both. Could be neither. Oh, oops, I forgot. I need to go grab the bramble. Honestly, if I grab like one bramble here... What's the other alternative? Yeah, there isn't one. Unless you want to kill a snake again. No, thank you. That or pine trees, I guess. A double pine tree would actually be not horrible. We do double pine tree instead. I just double drop them. But the pine tree might be the better move. Grab 2 pine trees instead of like triple bramble. They didn't nerf it, you're gonna riot. So far, they haven't really nerfed anything. Other than that one, like, detective exploit. There really isn't too many things in, like, the completely nuked category. But, yeah, they haven't really nerfed much yet. I'm really surprised they never touched Merchant. I guess it's supposed to be like a high skill, high reward kind of activity. It just pays out so well if you do it well, though. Trying to grind some gold leatherworker now. At least upgrade your tools. Yeah, that's why I was using it for earlier, too. It's really good tool money. Yeah, I think this might be our last batch for tonight then. We got every goal we wanted to get done. Got a double bone upgrade. Actually, there is one thing I didn't get, but we will be able to get it with this knowledge point. Which was 71 woodcutting. So that we could do the next tree up, if we ever want to get around to it. I guess we don't really need to do that, though. Because we're going to easily get that off of Suave. When we do Bone Spike, whenever we do Bone Spike. So that we actually don't need to go out of our way for. I just want to see what happens if I only take one tree. Also, probably should take the closer tree if I'm going to do that. Let's see what happens if I do one tree only. Are they respawned by then? Yeah, they pretty much are. By the time I get there. Which means I can only do one pine tree then. It's not a lot, but it's better than nothing. I still like the combat room better. But to be able to do that, I would have to grind to like 110 Mind Fighter. That's not worth doing just to do these bones for like an hour. Gosh, I hate the hitbox on these things. Is as bad as the fish with cue ball action. I almost need to go disable my walk button. Luckily, we only have to do these for 5 levels. Oh, at this point, 4.5. It's also one I only need like a couple hundred banked. So technically, we could just knowledge the rest. Yeah, there we go. It's time to teleport. Let's go to Hopeport. Go head over to our smithing AFK. And I think we're going to call it here for now. Go get our cooking contract thingy real quick while we're over here. And then tomorrow's goal is either going to be mess with update, or honestly, it might be gather into bone rate grind. Dunk all the bones we got today, trying to get our bone rate up to whatever other threshold we need. Is probably going to be the game plan. Alright, deposit these. Grab the XP pot for this. I'm starting to run low on these. I need to go get more soon. You know what? I'll get a big stack. I'm still playing tonight, but I'll just try to do it in a threshold where it works. Grab a bunch of those. Are we expecting an update tomorrow? No, there's no guarantee update tomorrow. But it would be exactly a week since the last update. There's been no confirmation that an update is coming tomorrow, though. Because whenever an update does come, we tend to pivot to whatever the update is to mess around with it. Oh yeah, we have this chicken and leek pies now. It's definitely not worth making that many, though. But we do have access to them if we ever want to cash out. They're still really annoying to make that many, though. Making 9 is still insufferably long. Alright, let me go teleport to Mine Deep. It's 4 at night? Oh gosh, yeah, that's pretty late. Yeah, my sleep schedule has been all messed up since New Year's. It still has not been repaired. Yeah, we're going to be calling it for night as well for now. It's pretty early still in my night, though. I do have a few things I still need to go do. Or, you know, off stream. But for now, we'll go bring our guy to smithing AFK. Now that we have the good one as well. We got to use it for the first time last night. And, yeah, we're going to get a lot more. We unlocked it at 226, and one reason we didn't gain a level from it is I still had to go get the knowledge for it midway through. So I didn't run it like the whole night. Did the mining AFK for like half of it. Which gives the exact material we need, oddly enough. It worked out quite conveniently. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a hit to our cash stack soon if we want to go buy more of these XP pots. I have enough for like one more night till we run out. Gosh, Red Bean is still here. He was here last night. He was here when we logged in, and he's here when we're logging out. He just does not stop. I think he's rank 2, Mines of Matubin. Oh no, we lost a rank. Oh no, this is someone else popping up on leaderboard. Never mind. Someone didn't pass us. It was just someone appearing on leaderboard. All of them are finally showing up again. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, he's rank 2. Surprisingly, despite him going like non-stop, he's like 130 levels behind first place. Not sure how. because he's literally doing it like 24/7. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. I will catch you guys later. And goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.